and it's just about Christian chat. I'm tired of this.
No,
Nobody
fuck that.
said anything about Christianity, dude. Why are
I
you?
know.
Why are you talking about Christianity?
I said it's just about the Christian chat channel because I just literally came from there.
Are you touched by the Christians though? Is that what happened? Is that why you're like stuck on?
Nah, dude, I'm not touched by anybody on this Discord. Everybody's fucking
Okay,
nagging
can we stop
and whining
losing control then? Can you control yourself?
I have control. I'm fine.
Okay, well,
No, you're not.
I don't need the whine speak. You're like, that's just annoying. So can you prove the existence of
What do
God
you mean?
thing?
It's just emotion.
Hey, when someone says not to do something, don't immediately start doing it like you're not doing it on purpose. Yeah, that's right. Goodbye, retard.
All right, Dan, let's have it.
What's going on, bro? I was just kicked out of Black Haven. They're saying that a black person said something smart. This is why I'm a racist.
Yeah, that's nice, Dan. Make sure you fuck yourself and your mom for us, good buddy. Can you do that? Can you do that for us?
Never come back. Look, I don't know where Mickers is when you need him. He was in here all excited to talk about Dungeon Crawl Carl, right? Now both you were here, so I don't know where the fuck he is.
I'm editing. I ain't here.
Hey, Razor, I got this from you. Did you say there was a motion picture being made for Dungeon Crawl Carl?
No, it's a series.
A series. A TV show?
Yeah, TV show. What's his name there? The guy that did Family Guy? He's the one producing it.
Seth MacFarlane?
Yep, Seth MacFarlane.
It should be pretty funny then. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, and they have one casting already, and it is Princess Donut, who is the voice actor for the audiobook, who is Jeff Hayes.
Did you ever watch The Orville?
Oh, yeah, I love The Orville.
Yeah, same here. That's why I'm getting excited about this Dungeon Crawl Carl thing now. Fuck, I can't even say it. My slick.
Yeah, have you seen Young Sheldon?
Yeah, I watched a bit of it.
Yeah, so the grandmother, I think it would be absolutely perfect for Ellie.
You're right, though. She's just a great actress.
Oh, she really is. But yeah, for Ellie, I mean, she would do phenomenal because she's, even in a Young Sheldon, she's like crude but yet nice, which that's Ellie is, you know. I mean, she cares, but yeah, she's crude sometimes.
Fucking hate everybody, including y'all.
Go fuck yourself, you stuck-up cunt. I mean,
That's not something I'm into. Oh, Epstein.
Hey, mic check.
Hey, first-person character syndrome, get you banned immediately.
What are you talking about?
Talking about your main character, fucking bullshit, attention-seeking fucking name, retard. You think I want some sick fuck hanging out in my room, dude?
Are you kind of retarded?
I don't.
Since my bitching is boring, what's up with y'all?
I think the heat's getting to us.
I just wanted to jump in my dad's pool and my husband talked me out of it.
You stop listening to him. He tells you nothing good.
I'm gonna cry, man. Like, I'm trying to make myself happier, but it's like everything I do is fucking wrong, but he's kind of right. My family does drain this shit out of me. Coworkers won't pay for their rides, and I was like, hey, I'm kind of wanting to sneak money out. Is there a way you guys could put money in my Cash App and I could do this or that for you? And they're giving me bad eczema advice. My stupid vibrating toy is coming in today. I'm telling you, though, real adults don't need toys.
What she's talking about, chat, is she's ordered a vibrator that she's going to be using on her vagina at some point. Just to contextualize the situation going on. And Eve, this is Eve we're talking about on my live chat.
The giggle she just made is the sound she's going to produce when she uses it.
I'm so glad nobody listens to your shit.
Hold on, let me see something real quick. Check out my channel analytics. Your channel has got 2,717 views in the last 28 days. So about 1% of that watches all my shit. So what is that? 200 people know about your vagina. How's that make you feel? Speak into the microphone clearly, please.
No one cares about a 40-year-old cunt, dude.
Hear that, chat? We got a nearly single 40-year-old woman buying a vibrator. If you need a phone number, you can contact me. We'll work something out, set up some dating shit going on. She's into guinea pigs.
I've been watching the Pop the Balloon dating show. Ugh. Have you heard of that?
Have I heard of what?
It's like on my Facebook all the time. It's usually black people. It's Pop My Balloon type thing. It's just a dating show where like 10 people like.
Oh, I've seen some of those on YouTube.
Yeah, it looks exhausting. Everybody's looking for a God-fearing person. The other way people get their balloon popped is they're like, I have kids. One dude had 12.
It's amateur number.
Think about yourself. If you went on a dating show, what would be your like deal breakers?
What do you mean? Well, probably wouldn't touch my penis. Talks too much. I guess those are the big ones.
Where do you find a woman whose only ambition is to keep the hut clean? Like, that's what I want.
Alrighty. Iggy would fucking say no to anybody with kids.
Nah, I'm okay with kids as long as they're like at the age of reason. You know, like where they can understand English and I don't like babies. Something creeps me out about them. They suck. They're functionally fucking useless. I just don't value them as humans per se. Like I'm not a type. I don't think you become a human like the moment you're born. No more than I think you become a human the moment you're conceived. I think you become a human when you think you're a human. When Descartes inside your brain, that's when I start. Now it doesn't mean you can do anything you want with them, obviously. But yeah, there's, in my opinion, not really much in there until Descartes gets inside. So once Descartes in there, then I start like kind of giving a shit about them.
Nothing against Iggy. I don't think he should be there for the formative years of any children. Like, they're not a cornerstone.
Yeah, I wouldn't make a good dad for like the first 5 years.
So the kid has to be like at least 15 or like 10. What are you saying?
No, I mean a kid could be at any age, like a baby. I could be around babies, okay? I don't, except for Babylonian babies, but every other kind of baby, I'm fine with. But I just don't appreciate them, right? Like when I look at them, it's just like a sack of meat. I don't, you know what I mean? It's like, I get it. It's a fucking human and it's going to develop into something awesome at some point. But right now it's not. It's just a baby. You can't ask it about anything. It's literally as dumb as you get. And you got to teach it fucking everything. I don't relate to people like that, man. So I'm not trying to shit talk babies here. I'm just saying I don't like them. They don't do anything for me like they do for other people, right? People get around babies and they're like, oh, well, I don't know what they're doing there. It's small. It's fragile. I guess some of them may be cute. Most of them aren't. And all they do is fucking scream and shit. What is to like about it? They're not mine. Maybe when I get one and I get this like oxytocin dump on one of them, I'll understand. But until that happens, they're just your baby. And they serve no function for me. I'm technically not even allowed around them, right? Like if I try to go up to your baby, you're gonna be like, hey, get away from my baby, right? And I get it. I don't want to be near your fucking baby. But I mean, what am I to like about a thing I can't even interact with because I'm an adult and it's a tiny little fucking baby I can't relate to? I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. I see babies. I don't like actively fucking hate a baby. I just don't see what everybody else is seeing in the neonatal to infant stage. They're just not that great. And I'm not on that train, right?
Everybody thinks like you, dude. I'm sure Matt thought the same shit even with his little fucking offsprings.
But yeah, once they're at that stage where they're just like, hey, what's this? Yeah. Or I can interface with that. I can be like, oh, that's a fucking thing, dude. Look at it, right? Teach it how to figure it out.
I think everybody's like that. I don't know. I think fucking people are lying when they say
No,
I
people will tell
truly
you I
enjoy.
love babies, aw and shit, and they're fucking creeps, dude. Like if you look at a baby and you're like, I like that thing, it's like, dude, what?
It's got a giant head.
Yeah, it's big fucking bulbous head, it's pudgy skin, it's wrinkly prepubescent fucking meat sack form. Like what? Its butthole and how it just constantly spews feces. The mouth that you just keep filling. Like what? What? It says nothing. It does nothing. It's gross, right? I don't get it, Eve.
I don't know who you're trying to convince.
Look, I don't believe in magic, but a baby's fucking scream can cut to the middle of your soul, like the fiber of your being. It's fucking irritating.
Yeah, I mean, am I safe around babies? Yeah. Safe. Babies are safe around me, and I'm safe around babies. But still, there's not a fucking thing to like about them. Not yet, anyway.
I would guess that Matt's wife, even though it grew in her for 9 months, was sick of that little fucker even when he first came out because they're annoying. Correct, or am I wrong?
You don't call that narcissist my fucking wife again, right?
My bad, G.
Like, I get that, like, somehow when you get proximal to your own baby, it does something to you. That's never happened to me at all, ever. On any, even my niece, right? I did not start appreciating my niece until she was like saying my name and kind of fucking looking at me and recognizing that I'm there in front of her face. Like once I started seeing that shit, I was like, oh shit, this thing's interesting, right? But up until that point, it's just a meat sack, bro.
You said what? A meat attack?
I said it's a meat sack. You began this life as just a non-conscious ball of meat.
Piece of nothing.
No, it's not nothing. It's meat. If I thought it was nothing, I'd say babies are nothing. They're not. They're made out of meat.
Well, semen's not made out of meat.
What? Like your entire body is made out of meat, dude. What are you talking about? What do you think you're eating? Protein, which is meat. And you're using that to build your body made out of meat? Did you not think about this, dude?
I'm just listening.
Well, apparently you're not, dude. You're not even doing that, right? You're not even chat freeloading properly.
What do you mean?
You shut your fucking.
Yeah, you're not listening. You're hearing weird shit or something. Like about nothingness of babies. You think babies are made out of nothing?
Well, technically they're made out of sperm, which is an amino. All right, so we can talk about the chemical imbalance and balance between that if you wanted to.
Chemicals are made out of meat.
But you wouldn't hear anything. You just compare that to a room that's secluded to a bunch of weight.
What? Everything you listed is meat, dude. What do you think hormones are made out of? They're made out of fucking meat, dude.
Technically. And yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, right. all that shit you're shoving in your mouth. What are you doing that for? So you could poop? You think food just cleans out your colon?
It's funny. You're presuming that I eat meat.
You eat protein.
Oh, I do, right? Does protein primarily come from meat?
Primarily, yeah.
Wrong.
What, dude?
Beans.
Beans are high in protein for plants.
Beans. Yeah, exactly. Plants. Is that meat?
It was meat, yeah. Protein, yeah. It goes into meat. I eat it, right? And then when I die, something will eat me. And then maybe I'll fall apart and plants will pick that back up and turn it back into meat. Into plants.
Well, actually, technically,
have you ever heard
you'd be buried. If you get buried.
But have you ever heard of ecology?
Well, that depends on really how like you prefer to dissect yourself. If you die and you leave your dead body somewhere and nobody ever picks.
The question that I'm asking you that you're not answering is, do you understand what ecology is?
Ecology? Yes, I do.
Right. So in ecology, they teach you the food chain, the cycle of life.
Okay.
Right. And that we're animals, so we need to eat compacted food. So either it's going to come in the form of an animal or a plant. Those are our two options. We don't get to just survive on fucking plankton, dude.
I understand.
Right. So your meat, when you get eaten or you fall apart, the planet will recycle your entire shit. So just because it's going to take a really long fucking time for me to fall apart and be reincorporated back into the environment doesn't mean shit. Because everything that I'm eating was a protein, an amino acid, right? One of the macronutrients, but right now we're talking about protein.
Whatever
and
it
those
is.
proteins go from plants to animals, back to plants, back to animals. They get cycled.
Right. Yes.
Right. So the generalization of you are made out of meat is perfectly fine.
Yes. I mean, that is all we are. You're right. You're correct. Your emotions, your feelings do not fucking matter. You are just meat.
And whether you're a vegan or not,
And whether
eating meat.
you get absolutely fucked or not doesn't matter. You're just meat.
I didn't say you're just meat. I said you're
well,
meat.
Just remember that. Meat. You are meat, right? You're just
but you're
meat.
putting just. Just does a lot of work.
Well, that's what you are. You're just meat.
Okay, well, I'm
your
not going to listen to a
meat.
retard tell me I'm just meat.
Isn't your brain just meat? Isn't your brain just...
I used my non-meat factors to mute you. See how I did that? I used things that aren't meat inside my body, took control of my meat sack, and operated the meat to mute your dumb ass because I'm more than the meat. And you kept trying to insinuate that I am just meat. When I was talking about just the meat, you turned that into it's all meat. It's just meat, which is retarded. Processes, neural activity, those are not meat. Meat provides it, but it is not meat. And you are talking to the thing in control of the meat right now. You are talking to the neurocognitive process that has hijacked the monkey form, okay, temporarily, until the monkey form is done with me. It makes me tired, and then it murders my ass tonight, okay? And then I'm going to wake up in my old meat sack form with a whole brand new meat, a whole brand new one. It's just going to synthesize a whole brand new meat because my meat is that fucking sophisticated. And then that dumb motherfucker tomorrow will be thoroughly convinced that he's me, but will know that he's not. And that I'm not me and it's not me and we just share a meat sack.
Okay.
Oh, and while I'm thinking about it, to the future me tomorrow, go fuck yourself. I just left a memory in my brain for my next iteration.
So what do you want to talk about? Except for meat sacks.
I'm trying to brainwash the world, so I'm editing videos, dude.
Type shit. Sounds like a manipulative person.
Do what?
No, I just said you sound like a manipulative person.
Yeah, I'm trying to manipulate people out of their stupid fucking religion and irreligions.
Yeah, that's fine.
What's wrong with that?
Pissed about it. Did I say anything about it? I just said you were.
You said I'm that's everybody sounds like a fucking manipulative person, but you're saying it like I'm unique in this.
Did I say anything insulting to you, sir?
Yes, you did. By insinuating that I'm a manipulative.
You?
Jesus Christ. How do you hear what I'm saying when you overtalk? How do you do that? It's not a skill that I have, Fallen. So when you're overtalking me, I can tell you're not listening. And if you're not fucking listening, then I ain't fucking talking to you. Fallen, are you crying in my side chat? Is that what I'm seeing? Am I seeing you crying in my side chat? Okay, goodbye.
All right, Sassy. Can you prove it?
Hmm?
You've entered the God Ain't Real Prove Me Wrong room.
I just figured something was going on in here. I just wanted to listen in on the conversation. I mean, I'm not here to debate. I mean, I'm a Christian, but I'm not here to debate or change her.
Yeah, your next one's gonna be a ban.
I just wanted to hear.
No one cares. That's why you were removed, because you came in here to talk about shit we don't care about, and you came into a room that you obviously don't give a shit about what we're doing here. Otherwise, you'd be respecting my room rules that are clearly displayed in side chat.
Worse than that, he's a Christian. It's his mandate.
Yep. 1 Peter 3:15, be ready always to answer any man that asks you about the hope that is in you, and do it with meekness and fear. That was the Jesus creature. Now, you could tell Jesus to go fuck himself like I do and not do it, but yeah, it's like, that's your choice, bro. What I said you don't give a shit about is my room rules. Rule 3, no chat freeloading. Everybody that comes into this room is required to pay chat dues, and chat dues are ideas. If you come here for ideas, you're going to give ideas. You don't get ideas from us if you don't give them. It's called communism, nerd.
Hello.
You've come this time. Did you bring better evidence?
Did we talk before?
Your mic got really distorted there. Can you speak calmly and clearly?
I talked to you yesterday.
I believe we did.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, in that case, it would be a question for you to answer.
So your answer to our question is with another question. Is that how you demonstrate something, with a question?
Yeah, rhetorical question can do the job. Yeah, okay, sure, certainly.
Yeah, see, but we're not interested in rhetorical trife, right? We're interested in what is.
And I'm interested in what you're interested in? Or what, man? What are you saying, bro? Why are you not interested in what I'm interested
in? Does anyone else want to talk to that?
No, this guy's retarded. I have no interest in dealing with someone who can't articulate his point or denies having a burden of proof. Those people are low IQ knuckle draggers, like people that attract themselves to a philosophy that has no burden of proof. Yeah, it's dog shit. It shows that the person is clearly intellectually vapid.
Is it intellectual laziness or a true low IQ?
No, it's inculcation, cognitive child abuse that led this person to be this way. This isn't their fault, but it's certainly disgusting.
Well, they have a chance to rise above it, but they just seem to be in tune to it. So who the fuck knows?
Quiet. Pretty quiet in here.
All right, Queen, let's go. Prove it.
Hey, guys.
Little Queen Princess, can you prove the existence of the God thing? Princess? Princess, I'm going to have to ask that you engage or get the fuck out of my room.
So who's the princess?
You're Princess. I'm calling you Princess. You're Princess
Why
to
are
me
you
now.
trying to call me princess? Like you are
Well, because I'm not going to massage your ego, dude. Right? I'm not going to feed into your narcissism.
What ego?
What I'm going to call you is little bitch
So
princess.
I am not.
Since you're pushing back and you don't like the princess label, you're little bitch princess now. Right? The more you push back, the worse it gets, bro. Right? So are you cool with little bitch princess?
So what are you trying to talk about exactly?
Little bitch princess, I want you to prove the existence of a God thing. There's no going back. You're little bitch princess now, so just get over it. Now prove the existence of the God thing.
So you want me to prove the existence of God?
Little bitch princess, do you have hearing problems? I'm not going to repeat everything that I say because you need clarity for me to repeat.
So let me just say this, nerd. Hear me clearly, anti-nerd.
Go ahead, little princess.
So God is real, I guess.
Keep going, little princess.
Okay. So, like, you won't argue or some shit, like I just have to speak on my own?
Well, little princess, if the claim is that God is real, I want you to demonstrate that God is real.
Okay. What's your name?
Nerd. It's Master. You can call me Master.
Anti-nerd. Okay.
That'll
Nerd.
work.
I will prove the existence of the God. If you try to have a conversation with me, I will converse with you, but I can't speak like alone.
You can't what?
It won't be fun. It won't be fun like if I try to speak alone. Like, you should have to be like prove like God does not exist. Like, show your point why God don't exist.
Because you can't prove it. I argue that you can't prove a God, therefore it doesn't exist.
So you want him in materialistic form like you? You
However it
want him in
comes,
the
bro, I
human
don't care.
body?
If you can demonstrate magic, you can do that. I'm not opposed to wizards existing. I just don't believe in wizards.
Okay, like I can tell you this, God exists, but it doesn't exist in a form like you think in your brain, because your brain is
Wait, hold
not
on.
functioning enough to
Did you
understand
think
the concept of the God.
did you think I was asking you to give me words? Words are symbols. You understand that, right? Words are symbols.
Like you don't disturb me when I'm talking. Like you just say talk, then I started talking. Like you just
Yeah,
disturb
but
me,
you
dude.
started using
Like I
words.
just started.
I didn't ask you for words.
Language have words, dude. Like
Yeah,
how
I
do I talk
understand that.
if I don't use words?
It's difficult when you're trying to use words and semantics to prove the existence of a thing, right? That's why I'm cautioning you that this is going to be a waste of your time. I'm not asking you to say words. I'm asking you to prove the existence of a
So you are
thing.
trying to say what, dude? You are trying to say what? Like explain it to me clearly. Like what you want?
No, I didn't
You
ask you to
want
explain
God?
it.
You want me to like just carry the gold on my shoulders and put in front of you? Like what you want? Like I try to
Is that
explain it
something
with
you can
words.
do?
Like
Are you able to put God on
how?
your shoulders and then carry it over to me and set it down? Can you do that?
Did you don't understand the metaphoric sense? Like dude, like
So
are
you
you
can't do
crazy?
that. So why would you offer me a thing you can't do in order to prove the thing? I'm asking you to prove the thing is real. Let's stick to the things that would prove it.
Because I'm just trying to talk, dude. You just don't give me the chance to talk. You just cut in and start talking on your own.
No, it's just that you're not answering the question.
Here's my question. If you stop talking, then I will answer.
That's not a question.
Yeah. It was more like a demand. And as you noticed, I did stop talking so that you could provide not words to prove the existence of a thing.
I saw like there are 7 people, like nobody is talking, like they don't have voice or something. Like what's the issue?
So, Queen, what you want to do is give me a citation. So citations
Wasn't I the
words,
princess, brother?
but
I
citations
was just the princess.
but citations provide me access to the ontology. So when a nerd writes a paper and they put in their work cited, they're not words in the work cited. That's not really what's happening in the work cited. It's not just a bunch of squiggle marks on a sheet of paper. You can actually find more information with those squiggle marks. They'll take you to other places, other research papers where they provide the actual data, the facts, the evidence, and stuff like that. So nerds aren't proving shit in the paper. That's not what they're doing. They're proving shit in the lab. The paper allows other nerds to replicate what they did in the lab and fact check the squiggles. But we don't give a shit about the squiggles on a sheet of paper. Anybody could write anything down, Queen. We're not worried about that. What we're worried about is, are the squiggles properly representing some state of affairs in reality? Squiggles are not going to allow us to do that. Scratches on sheets of paper, that's not going to work, because I'm not asking you to demonstrate that you could scratch stuff on sheets of paper. I'm asking you to demonstrate the existence of the thing. But for some reason, I guess it's through cultural gaslighting, you believe that I'm asking you to give me a string of words that only have semantic content. That's not what I'm asking you to do, King. So what you're going to have to do is start using your fucking brain and try to figure out how to prove the existence of a thing before the words. Because once the thing is real, we'll use our symbolic representations to refer to the referent with a valid epistemic model. But a valid epistemic model is not entirely semantic content. So I'm not asking you to give me any semantics. I want the ability to use the semantics. That's what I want. I have all the semantics. I probably have a lot more words in my brain than in your brain. Well, maybe that's not true because you speak 2 languages. But I'm pretty good at the words that I do know, and I know how to use the words that I have. And I'm using them properly. And so I've asked you from the onset to demonstrate the existence of a thing, and I'm now revealing to you how your cultural gaslighting has convinced you that words are sufficient.
Okay, Like, can I start now? You take a huge stand, dude. Like, it was huge. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, it was a huge speech.
It's not the only
So,
thing
like,
that I give
if
that's
you
huge.
just, if you wanna know really good, like, you can understand in the frequency. Frequencies are the God's form.
Wait,
If you
what?
want a
I don't
real
understand
thing,
this word.
I
What
will
word?
give you the real thing.
You say
Like, if you
quintenses?
understand
What
God,
is quintenses?
frequencies, brother. You don't know about
Oh,
frequencies?
Sequences?
No, the sequences. Frequencies.
Frequencies. Sorry, man, you got a thick accent. It's hard to
Yes.
understand.
Okay, that's my fault. I can understand that. Like, I'm trying to say, like, frequencies. Frequencies are different from the sequences.
Yeah, no, I understand frequencies. Yeah, go on.
Yes. Frequencies are in different forms. If you understand the God is just not in physical matter. It's in the frequencies of the sound.
Yeah, so you can't prove it.
You want me to prove God? I don't have superpowers, dude. That's the issue.
Okay, so you
If
can't
I
prove
control frequencies, like, so you want me to prove it, then I will prove it.
I want you to
If you
acknowledge
have
that you
the
can't prove it now. I
capacity
heard
to
you. All I
understand.
need you to do is acknowledge that you cannot prove its existence. That's it. That's all I need.
I can prove it.
Then
I
win.
can
Get
prove
wrecked,
it.
nerd. My philosophy states that you cannot prove it. You just conceded to not being able to prove it, so I win by default.
You will have to go in the practical sense to understand the frequencies.
I am being practical.
So
I'm
you will
doing the
understand
only
the God.
practical thing I know how to do, which is make an observation and then draw upon my semantic reference.
It will take a year of clinical trials,
I
so
don't
you
care.
will understand
I don't care.
in frequency.
I don't care. Let's start.
Then
Let's
you
start
can
with the
study
observation. I don't care how long it takes, King.
Then you can.
King, I don't care how long
then
it
you
takes.
can study frequencies.
King.
I will tell you, but you can study.
King. I don't care how long it takes. Let's begin. It will begin with observation. How long does it take for observation to begin?
Like,
is it going to take 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a year for you to start with observation?
7 days.
It takes 7 days to start with observation?
Oh
yes.
Do you not hear yourself, King?
I heard me.
King,
like,
to prove
if you have
the
to understand the frequency of limitlessness, like I'm telling you.
King, I have started showing you respect by referring to you as King because you started engaging in the conversation. I'm going to go back to little incoherent bitch who can't fucking answer questions. That's going to be your new name. Little incoherent bitch who can't answer questions. That will be your new fucking name if you keep fucking with me. So I don't give a shit how long it fucking takes you to make an observation. The only way we can begin conversing about the nature of an object is with observation. So if your big fucking hang up here, King, is that it's going to take a really long time because we don't have the observation yet, I'm going to say go fuck yourself then. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say since it begins at observation and you've conceded that you do not have observation and you're still fucking waiting for it and you're projecting that it's going to be at least a year before you get an observation, I will say this. In a year, come back to me and maybe you won't sound like a fucking idiot. Maybe. We'll see.
Well, it depends on your choice. I can tell you, study the frequencies of Om. It's infinity. It's limitlessness. It's above the time frequencies.
Yeah, all of those are non sequiturs, King. Every bit of those are non sequiturs. Not a single one of those things logically follows from your lack of observation. That's what's the problem here. You don't have an observation. And so all those qualities that you just list, they're non sequiturs.
So you are trying to just say you don't believe in God. That's it.
No, I'm
just
saying you can't prove it, is what I'm saying. You cannot prove its existence. And then I'm going on to say that since you cannot prove that the thing exists, that all of your statements you're making are non sequiturs. The only way that they would follow logically is from the referent.
I understand what you are trying to say. You are trying to say you are a non-believer, but you want to believe in it, but you want evidence.
No, I'm not trying to say. King, I'm not trying to say anything. I am saying it. I am saying the words that I mean, and I mean the words that I'm saying.
So you are trying to say the words that you don't think God is real, or you
No,
think it is
I'm
real.
trying to detard your brain because you have been gaslit to believe that you can talk about the nature of a thing's ontology absent your experience of it. I'm trying to unfuck that area of your brain.
So you
Now,
are trying to change my perspective. That's what you are trying to say. You are trying to fuck with my brain.
That, King, if God survives that, then great. If God does not survive that, then great.
So you are trying to just fuck with my brain. That's what you are trying to say.
I'm trying to unfuck your brain. Somebody fucked it up, and I am trying to unfuck it.
Like, how did they fuck my brain? Like,
because
I don't understand.
You got to listen. I told you. I've answered this already. So here's the answer again. Someone has convinced you that you are able to talk about the nature of an object absent your experience of it. They fucked your brain up teaching you that, and they should not have done that to you. It sucks that they did that to you. They likely took advantage of you when you were a little kid. So it's okay. It's not your fault, but you're a grown-up now. You're a big boy. So use your big boy brain with object permanence.
If you're trying to go in deep, like,
not done.
Okay.
So use your big boy brain now that it's yours and figure it the fuck out. It begins with observation, King. This is something as your adult brain understands, that your understanding of a thing begins with your observation. And if you're arguing right now that you don't have an observation, King, then you should admit that everything that you're saying about it is unfounded. That's all you need to admit. You don't need to admit God's not real or God's real or none of that shit. We're talking epistemics here. I'm trying to provide you a valid epistemic model. If you, again, employ this epistemic model and your God survives it, great. If your God does not survive it, great. Take that information for what it is. Your God either does or doesn't survive epistemic challenges. That's good for you.
So, like, I understand what you are trying to say, but the thing is, you are just going in deep, and if I started going deep, I will have to leave the VC because you won't handle my deep. It's so deep, you won't understand what I'm trying to say.
The only direction we're going is me ungaslighting you, fixing your brain.
My brain is not gaslighted.
It's totally
like I can tell
it's
you,
all completely discombobulated.
it's my time. It's my time to speak. Can I speak?
It's not. You don't get a platform here, dude. I'm here to unfuck your brain. If you don't want that help, then go fuck yourself, King. Go find somebody who wants to gaslight you, because I'm not interested. And I'm not going to give you a platform to gaslight me with the shit that's got your brain all fucking twisted into a pretzel. I'm just not interested in that. I don't confuse myself with the inculcative noise of my fellow ground monkeys. I've learned to identify inculcative noise, and I guess that's what's given me the edge, because I'm not a fucking genius here. But I have learned to identify that if I'm going to understand the nature of a goddamn object, it's going to be by way of my experience. And I guess the cultural gaslighting didn't stick on me that hard. And I'm able to admit that. I'm able to humiliate myself and say that, hey, before I answer your fucking stupid question, I'm going to need some observation. And if I can't do that, then I'm going to have to tell you to go fuck yourself. I think that's the most humble way to approach this conversation, right? Instead of sitting here and gaslighting at each other. King, do you think I can't make shit up and just sit here and wing it and make shit up with you, stand on a platform of fucking incoherent magical bullshit and do the same thing you're doing? I can. I'm just a responsible fucking adult. And so I'm not going to do that. I'm actively choosing to not use my big imaginative monkey brain and gaslight you. I'm trying to ungaslight you. I'm trying to give you an epistemic model that will help you figure out how your brain has been fucked up by the culture that raised you. The village, right? The village did you dirty, bro. I am trying to do you right, but I'm an asshole. So it's a pedagogical barrier for some people that my asshole fucking nature shines through my epistemic model here. It's a problem, and I understand it. Maybe you don't. But what you should do is go have a conversation with the people who gaslit you and ask them, why did you convince me to believe in the existence of something that I have no reason to accept as real? Go talk to them about it, because you obviously don't want my help, King.
Actually, quick check. King, do you know what the word epistemic means? King, are you there? Did we break him?
Well,
Okay, King, you can't. Your chance to speak was minutes ago. It feels like. Did you hear the question? King, did you hear the question? We can't hear you. Your mic isn't working.
Iggy already muted this douche nozzle once.
Might be having mic issues.
Yeah, we still can't hear you, King. You're unmuted, but we don't hear you. Your mic isn't activating.
Always remember, kids, a bird in hand is worth two in the bush. I hate that fucking saying.
Yeah, 2 wrongs don't make a right, but 3 rights make a left.
Indeed.
Yeah, what I was sensing from there was like arrogance through the language barrier. I felt like they didn't understand some of the words you were saying, but they chose to ignore that and just like wait for their turn to speak.
Yeah, it happens a lot even when there isn't a language barrier. It's like, I guess Pat is interacting with a guy in my YouTube side chat, Nick. Nick, I think I first interacted with Nick that I remember on JL stream. I'm not sure. But then when I started streaming again, he started popping up in my side chat. And like the first couple of, like the first time I kind of just ignored it. But then the second time when I saw that he was just using my channel to pronounce his hatred, right? Rather than actually commenting or substantive disagreements or anything like that. It was just to profess his hatred of me, because every time that I tried to engage with him, he never actually commented on anything that I was saying. It was just an endless pivoting. And I hate that. I can't stand that pivot. Everybody that interacts with me knows I can't stand pivoting. But this retard just nonstop fucking pivots. And so I ended up blocking him. And then Pat is trying to get through him. But you know, the reason that I've blocked them is because you have to be able to recognize when people are derailing you. There are people in this world who are adherent believers. They'll never believe otherwise. And what they want is to distract you. They want you focused on them so that you're not out there focused on other people that you could help. So they draw in your attention with their vitriol, with their endless stream. I mean, I could go to ChatGPT and set it to disagree with me and never answer or engage in any of my comments, and it'll just start acting like Nick. He's a dime a dozen. It's just visceral hatred, impotent rage, and really faux outrage. He's outraged that, you know, like about how all human beings are fish, for example. This is the thing that really convinced me that he's like either AI or just filled with hate. Was every time I tried to get him to understand why I would even say that we're fish, it was just that giggly, childlike, every time. Every single interaction was that way. That you could tell that no information was actually landing. And as far as I know, Nick doesn't have a language barrier. What he has, his pedagogical barrier is his inculcation. And so I think he's one of the class of people that just runs defense, right? He just runs out there and he wants, you know, he's the defensive line for his beliefs, and he feels that when he gets clobbered, he's doing a solid, right? He's just trying to distract you and suck you in so that you can't go out there and unfuck people's brains. Every minute, just like Kit Boga. He's like a malicious Kit Boga. Every minute you spend on these knuckle draggers is a minute taken away from helping someone who actually wants to help. The people he's trying to keep you from, right? So that's why I block retards like that. When they're vapid morons that can't engage, you just got to kind of cut them out of your life. Just fucking remove them, right? Because that's, what else are you going to do? Like, you could scream at the wall and you'll get the same feedback. The wall will endlessly pivot and never actually engage on any topic. So when they can learn to not hate so much, or at least hate the right things, then the conversation can begin. But as long as it's just, I would like to murder you, which is all Nick's attitude. Nick just wants to see me dead. That's all Nick wants for me, which, you know, he won't admit it because he's a pussy, and it would get him on, you know, toss, but it's true. people like Nick would just execute me. He wouldn't sit there and try to reason with me. He would do it for a couple of minutes, and then if he had power and control, he'd stick a gun to my head and blow my fucking brains out and kick me in a fucking ditch while rounding up everybody like me. Fucking monsters like this get in power, and that's exactly how they treat you. So treat them like the dog shit that they are in the world that we have control. Because the world where they had control, there were inquisitions and crusades. Yeah, Pat, I mean, it's sad, but like I said, the only thing that my brain can make sense of it is that either the dude's AI, and it's just programmed to disagree, or it's just such visceral hatred that until he kills you, he's not going to be satisfied. So as long as you're running your little nerd mouth on shit that ain't God, he's going to have a fucking issue with it. And yeah, you just at some point have to be the responsible adult and just cut that shit out of your life. And that, you know, it's why I'm so quick to ban. It's because I'm so quick to see those attributes in people. And then as soon as I see those kind of attributes, every desire or drive I have to communicate with them just evaporates. Because I don't, when I brush my teeth, I look down. I don't look in the fucking mirror, right? I don't like anything about me. So I'm not going to sit there and fucking jerk myself off in a conversation with someone like that. It's just, it's fucking pointless, right? I can go hate myself. I don't need this fucking knuckle dragger to cause me to hate myself, right? Like, I'm good on that. So that's all interacting with a piece of shit like that is good for, is to just further, you know, divide yourself, you know, mentally, right? So it's just toxic. You can do nothing for a thing like that. Again, it wants you dead. That's it. That's the only rational conclusion. It either wants you dead or it's fucking ChatGPT. Either one is just, I could talk to myself in a fucking mirror. I don't even look at myself when I brush my teeth, bro. So I'm not interested in having a conversation with myself, and I'm not interested in reading how much another person fucking hates me. If I can't do anything about the hatred, if you're just stuck on hate, enjoy it. Go enjoy it. Have fun with it.
What?
Well, this is actually pretty cool. One of my shorter videos was only like 2 hours. It started off like 11 hours or something, but it ended up whittling down. You take out all the science, like 2 hours. And in that 2 hours is actually 3 good conversations that help articulate what I guess I've been calling philosophical platitudes, but I don't know. I'm working on that lingo. But I'm starting a new series. It's not a new series. It's just, so I have the lives. They're really long and boring. I truncate them down to the videos, which are the lives minus the silence. And then in those, I'm going to be drawing out shorter, like basically one topic videos. I'm going to try to keep them around 20 minutes or less, you know, just for quick stuff. They'll have a pre-comment, post-comment, like voiceover that I add to it to kind of help slide into the conversation and out of the conversation. But yeah, those are going to start coming out. I've got 3 so far, but I'm going to try to release them one a day because they're shorter. They're a little bit easier to make. Once I have the live, obviously it takes a long time to get the live, but I don't know. I think they're decent. I'll probably continue to put out updates to each one of them. So I talk about, like, this latest one I just did is the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. I talk about that. And I'll probably have like subcategories on each one of those depending on the theist that I'm talking to or the atheist that I'm talking to, and how I respond to it, because there's all different kinds of approaches that I've discovered in my years debating people, is that you, even with something like the absence of evidence, right, there's going to be a lot of different takes on that. And so there's going to be a lot of different theistic responses that can be given. Igtheism is a highly contextualized philosophy. It's not a cookie cutter philosophy. It's a philosophy that sort of acts therapeutically, if you will, or you got to not that you get therapy from it, but sort of the same therapeutic approach where you got to get into the mind of the person you're talking to, understand their specific semantic references and how they're using them, and then try to find the bridge to the ontology that they're referring to. And so there's going to be a lot of different variations to the way that the points can be articulated. So that's why I'm trying to keep it with the pre and post commentary. But yeah, what I plan on doing is just building little subcategories for people so that they can learn to navigate these cognitive panaceas is another way that I refer to these things. Not necessarily all. I don't argue that all philosophical platitudes are cognitive panaceas, but cognitive panaceas is definitely part of my jargon, the way that I parlay. So, Fireman, it's a linguistic philosophy. The main position of Igtheism is to discuss valid epistemics around the topic of the God thing. Bro, if you came to my channel for moral advice, you're an idiot, and you should probably go fuck yourself. Like, I'm not going to waste time on a fucking idiot that's asking whether you can kill a human being because it's a fish. Go find out, retard.
That's my crush. You're up.
What are we speaking about?
How you're going to demonstrate the existence of a God thing you believe in.
Would you like me to demonstrate the existence of a God?
That you believe in.
Yes. Specifically, yeah, I would like to show you the existence of a God. The God I'm going to show you the existence of is called the Most High. His name is I Am. What I want you to do is focus on your forehead. Just focus there for a little bit. I want you to relax yourself. Just wait for a moment. You're gonna feel like.
Yeah, so you could read in my side chat that you're not going to get a platform, a soapbox to stand on and preach in here. You should have read my rules before engaging.
Yeah, we just wanted him to prove it.
That's it. I didn't need to focus on nothing. Just give us the thing.
It's so crazy how, like, so many times when you say prove it, people think you're saying give me words. Words, not yet. We'll get to words later. I need something before the words.
We need a thing for the words to describe. Because really, that's the game we're playing, right?
Pretty much.
See, but I get like the Christians because they're told in the beginning there was the word and the word. Like John is a fucking stupid chapter. Like we don't need that. Should have just went with Mark. Like that would have been a little better. I think the world would have been a lot better place. Probably not though. Your mic tastes great, eh, Mickers?
Lost your hot micing.
No, it's raining.
Is it pouring?
Any snoring in the vicinity?
Well.
Did you fix your mic?
Yeah, I guess.
All right, King, there was a question on the table. Do you know what the word epistemic means?
Epistemic. Never heard of that.
Interesting, because you were responding as if you understood what the word meant. Epistemic is how we know things to be true. So with everything that you're presenting, we're very much interested in how we arrive to that, right? And we both have access to reality, right? You want to say something is involved in reality, so we want to check your work. Is that fair?
So you are trying to talk to me or them?
No, I'm just explaining the points that were made earlier. Like that's where that conversation was coming from.
Now those points are gone. Like we'll start anew.
All right. When I just said that, do you understand my point with what that is? Do you understand what I just said?
You just explained the meaning of the word.
Yeah, but is it fair if you're gonna say something say something about reality? We both have access to reality, and I want to check your work, right? Is that fair?
We have access to reality due to our senses. We have senses. That's how we know it's reality.
I'm saying, is it fair to ask for an experience of reality to check your work if you want to make a statement about reality?
So you are trying to ask me to prove my words about reality.
No, I'm asking you if it's a fair expectation that if you make a claim about reality, that I would have some way to check your work.
Well, it will be difficult because we are limited in many certain ways.
Is it fair or
reality is no, it's not fair.
Why not?
I just told you. We are limited. We don't have many resources.
Here's the problem. Let's say there's a crazy person in the hospital. And they say, I see Elvis living and dancing today in front of me. How do you address that? So they're making a claim about reality. They see Elvis living and dancing. You know who Elvis is? I could use a different example.
So, like, do you want to prove how do you know he danced?
I'm talking about. I'm trying to describe the problem of someone making a statement about of someone bringing you a claim, right? Someone saying something about reality to you, right? That and then you need some way to verify that, right? You need to check their work, right? Or do you just say, I believe you?
We are limited in a certain way. If you want to believe him, you can, but it's your own choice. If you are kids, then you don't have a choice because your brain don't.
Yeah. But King, I guess the important question is, do you choose to believe the truth? Is that your choice? Do you want to believe actually true things? Oh, sorry. I guess there was a small disconnect. We didn't hear you for a moment.
From which part?
I asked the question if you want to believe actually true things, and then I didn't hear anything.
Shit. Like I'm trying to say, if there's a possibility, you can just accept there's a possibility. You don't have to completely believe it. If there's a possibility, then there's a chance. If you deny every possibility, like if I deny there's a box in front of me, then there is no box in my mind. But if somebody proves that there is a box, then my reality will shatter. Then I will have to build my cognitive mind again. So I won't shatter my reality. I will accept as a possibility. If someone says something like there's a god or I see some lion, I see some weird creature there that exists, I won't say it won't exist. I will say there's a possibility there that it can exist. If I see it in a future, then I will just accept it exists. If I don't see it, then there is a possibility. That's it. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? I keep an open mind. I don't
Well,
force it.
I don't understand because that's not the. What question did I ask you?
I'm giving you my point of view on that question.
But what question did I ask?
You asked if there is certain thing you can prove this that it is reality or not. How do you prove it is a reality?
But I asked another question after that.
I didn't hear it. You can say it again. I will answer according to that.
Do you choose to believe actually true things? Do you want to believe actually true things?
Yes, I will believe it. If there's possibility, I will believe it. But if there's only possibility, then I will remain it as a possibility. Then it's only a possibility. I won't believe it. Then if it actually proven, then I will think about it. It's just only a possibility.
I'm not asking about possibility. I'm asking about actuality.
That's what I'm trying to say. I won't believe it if I think that it's only a possibility. If someone says something to me and he can't prove it, that point that it exists, then I will only consider it as a possibility. That's what I'm trying to say.
Possibility
Do
based
you
on
get
what?
my point?
Based on what? Though?
Based on his words, based on his thinking, based on that human's thinking, that what is he trying to say to me? Is he lying or is he not? It's his choice. Like he said, he saw a lion when he was on the walk. If I don't know what a lion is, I will ask him. Then he will explain me that he has 4 legs, he has hair on his mouth. He will explain to me different things. But I didn't see the lion. Then I will just create in my mind a possibility that it can exist because he's telling me. You understand what I'm trying to say? I'm not making it a reality, I was just making it a possibility. That there's a new term called lion that another person introduced it to me, that he saw it on a walk. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand that you have these candidates for actuality. Like, so it's
Yes,
something that's on the
yes,
table for you. But how do you
yes.
tell which? Yeah, but we need to do better, right? We need to narrow down our candidates.
We are limited in the resources. That's the issue. Like, I will explain with the example. Like, I want to go to Antarctica and see like what are the governments hiding there for the like last 80 years that normal citizens can't just see it. Like, I want to go there and
But
see it with
hey,
my
hey,
own eyes.
King, I'm asking you the strategy for using those resources, even if they're limited.
Like, if the resources are limited, we can prove limited things.
Right, but but you're not using them. You're not using the resources, it seems.
Like, how? In which sense?
In the sense where you're not explaining the strategy.
You want the strategy of what? Like, specific thing? Like, which strategy specifically?
Of choosing possibilities.
Yes, I choose possibility in actuality, exactly. If I want to prove it, like
No, you're
in my
saying
mind, if I think.
Well, the question is, which possibility is the actual one, right? Which one are you choosing to
Then you
be the
have to
actual
test it.
one?
Then you have to test it. Like, I will tell you, if someone told me there is a lion that looks like that, it's a creature, it has 4 legs, it has hair on the mouth, and he can't prove it to me, then there's possibility. So to test it, I will ask him where he saw it. Then I will go there and check all around the area if there is a certain animal of that kind. Is it existing? Is he still there? If he is still there and with my limited resources I found him, then I will accept it as a reality in actuality. If my limited resources can't prove it that it is still there, then I will accept it as a possibility. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Kind of. In the sense where it doesn't seem to have it seems like I understand the general strategy you're describing, right? And I like it, but it doesn't seem to have enough in order to say, hey, let's say there's this pool of options. Do you have to choose one?
No.
Like, explain why are you, what are
Let's
you
say you have
trying
these
to
pool of
say?
possibilities. Do you have to choose one of these options? Or can you just say all
Like,
of
you are
these are off
trying
the
to say,
table?
oh, you are asking about the possibilities. Like, I will consider every possibility. Like, if there are 100 possibilities in my life about 100 different things, then
Well,
I will just carry
I
it
want to
with
stay
me.
focused on like one thing at a time. Let's not go everywhere.
Why are you laughing?
Can I
That's
not
someone
laugh?
else. Don't worry about it.
You can talk if you have a point. I will just stop
No,
talking. But don't
no
laugh.
distractions.
Not laughing at you.
I'm removing the distractions.
Yes.
What
So,
happened?
I'm talking about for one claim.
Yes, to prove one claim, it's depend on our resources. Like, if I have enough resources and if I actually want to prove it, then I will have to research on it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, do you have a standard? Do you have a standard to say, hey, none of these are an option, and I'm not accepting any of them?
So you
Do
are
you have that?
trying to ask me if I deny anything.
For a specific claim, for a specific category.
The
Do you
issue
have
is
a
with that.
standard? Do you have a standard where you're like, none of these work? I don't believe any of this.
The thing is, my mind is built on my concepts. My concept is that I can accept any possibility. If you tell me something crazy right now, I will accept it as a possibility, not reality. I will never accept it as a reality until I think that it can be proved. But I will always think it as a possibility, because possibility is a thing that will keep me sane in the insane events of living beings. Because anything can happen in this world. I can't deny anything. If I started denying, there are many points I can deny. I can just say it can't exist. I can argue with anything. Like if you say this human exists, I will just say it doesn't exist. You will show me video. I just say don't exist. Don't exist for me, brother. So you understand what I'm trying to say? It's all about your inner conception. But if you consider something as a possibility in your mind, then it will become easy for you, easy for your cognitive mind in the future if it proved. If you deny with your force something, if someone is trying to prove something and you are denying with force, then it will impact your own cognitive mind. It won't impact him. He will argue with you and leave the topic. But in future, if it was proved, then it will harm you. You will think like, I can't believe it. It's not true. I'm not accepting it. That will create an issue for you.
It will
It
be an
becomes
so
our
let's say
problem.
we say someone says you can fly, and so you accept it as the possibility, and it will hurt you
Yes,
if you do not discard
yes,
I can fly, right? And so you jump off a
yes.
building, right?
No, 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 don't test it. That's the
You
thing.
need to
You
test
don't
it. You
have
need
to
to
test
test
it.
it.
That's what I'm trying to say. You don't have to test it on yourself, brother. Never test it on yourself. Then how will you know if you are not even alive to know that it was true or not?
Well, even when
That's
you
why
test
it's
it, even when
experiment.
you test it, you need to keep it as a possibility, right? It will hurt you if you don't,
Yes,
if
yes,
you remove it, if you
y-
say it is impossible.
yes. That's the
I don't
thing.
think
Because
so. I don't think it will hurt you.
I
I
don't.
think it will only help you.
It will hurt me. It will hurt me. In
How
my
will it hurt
cognitive
you
sense, it will damage me.
if you believe that you can fly when you actually cannot fly?
Like, I'm not believing it. It's a possibility. That's the thing. I'm not believing it. I'm just saying it's a possibility. It can happen. Doesn't mean it must happen. Like I
It
can just
can
fly.
happen how?
Like in the future, there's some experiments, like in human cognitive sense, like in my DNA, there's something that can help me to control gravity. There are many things in possibility of science. It can happen in the
That's
future.
nonsense. Where is this where is this idea coming from? Where do you think this is possible? Why do you think that's possible?
Because I studied many fields.
And what field did you study to indicate that your DNA can control gravity so that you can fly?
My DNA can't control gravity. It can adjust with its frequency.
Yeah. What makes you think that any sequence of DNA will allow you to control gravity?
Because I studied many research that were discarded.
Yeah, tell me, what did you observe in reality to indicate that DNA combinations will allow you to control gravity?
I can tell you about MK Ultra. Do you know about MK Ultra?
Are you talking about a specific combination method?
No, it's a research program done by CIA.
Oh,
They experimented on the
MK,
humans.
you're saying MK Ultra?
Yes.
Right. So this program was killed.
It was killed for the public.
Right. Because it was ineffective.
Yes. It was killed for
Yeah,
the public, but I can tell you
because it did not work, because it was a waste of money.
Yes, you can say that. But for the
Right.
public,
Because it's not
in
real. That's
private,
why.
yes, you can say that. I can accept your choice of reasoning. But the thing was, in the declassified document of the CIA, they said it did work. That's the thing. They said it. It did work. But the thing was, if the program is killed for the public, then they can justify it.
Nowhere in that document does it say you can control gravity with your DNA.
No, it doesn't say about the gravity. I'm talking about the superpowers. I'm talking about
Nowhere
shit
in
like
there does
flying.
it say if you recombine your DNA, you can control gravity.
It's in the abstinence list. It's in the abstinence list. You can check it. You have to search a lot,
I
but you will
did
find
check
it.
it. I did check it. And nowhere does it say anything about the combination of your DNA or anything to do with
I'm
controlling
not talking
gravity.
about the specific words. I'm not talking about the specific words. I'm not
Well,
talking
that's
about
the
like these
problem,
are the
right? I'm
specific
asking
words
you
they
about
wrote.
reality, and you're talking about something not that. You're not talking about anything
I
related to
accept
it.
your point of view. I accept your point of view, what you are trying to say, and your point of view is okay, I guess. You can say it like if something does have to happen, it has to happen like
Tell me, the foundation for your possibility for controlling gravity with your DNA is based off of just your
my
imagination?
possibility. Yes, my imagination is crazy and
Right.
wild.
And then
And
we
I
can
can tell
imagine
you.
things. So, question, can we imagine
You
things
can
that have
imagine
nothing
things
to do
also.
with reality?
Yes, you can. Because the
Right. So
reality is only accepted.
we need to do better, right?
Yes, you can say that. Reality is based on your perception. You know about perception.
Reality is not based off of perception. That is false.
It is based on your perception, not
No,
in
that is false.
actuality of perception. You can deny it. I
That
can
is
agree
false.
with your point of view. I can agree with your point of view. You can deny it. It's a possibility. You can deny it.
No.
I will
Things
agree with it.
happen whether you perceive them or not.
I'm just open-minded, brother. If you say something to me, I will accept it as an possibility. I won't deny it. I
Bro,
won't
you're so
argue with you.
open-minded. Your head's
Okay,
falling, your brain's falling.
it sounds like
So
you
you are,
have
don't troll me, brother.
it
Don't
sounds
troll me.
like you have reduced yourself to an epistemic invalid.
Well, was it hurtful?
What?
I'm asking, was it like, is it a hurtful word? Like, is it something that can be considered as insulting, I guess? If is it not,
I mean,
then
if
it's fine.
you that's entirely up to you if you want to be helpless with your strategy to determine fact from fiction, because it seems like you have no way to separate the fiction from fact.
No, that's your thinking. That's what I'm trying to say. I have my laws, my conditions. It's in my own brain. I made them myself. That's the thing. You design your own conditions according to your own rules. You made the rules. Now that you are
Yeah,
trying to say
but
something,
none of what you have has results, though. That's the problem.
I'm not trying to prove the results. It's my thinking. You can
Yeah,
accept my point of view or you can't. You can deny it.
and so we're not actually interested.
Yes, you can deny it.
Well,
No,
we're
I'm
only
not.
interested.
I'm not interested.
In
We're interested in objective,
No,
demonstratable
I'm not
reality.
interested in you and your approach. Your strategy is useless.
So you are trying to just undermine my strategy and trying to say you are not interested in my strategy.
You have no ground.
Your strategy has little regard for the things that happen, whether we like it or not. So, yes,
I understand you
I
are trying
believe
to ask for groundwork.
your
You are
strategy
trying to
runs
ask
from
for
reality,
groundwork.
and I am not interested.
That's fine.
Yeah, because basically what you're saying is there's a possibility that there is a dick in your ass king.
Like, that's abusive. Like, I didn't abuse anybody.
No, you have to be
Till
acknowledged.
now.
You need to take the claim seriously.
Yeah, is there a dick in your ass king? Because I the possibility is there, right?
There's no possibility because I can see it. It's in my perception. It's a basic perception.
No, you
It's a
didn't.
basic perception. I just said it. Like if you heard me before when I was talking to Mogi, I just told him if I just saw a lion, I just get.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying is I've been listening this whole time, being quiet, right? And then I'm saying that. So you're saying there's a possibility there is a dick in your ass, king, right? So like you're unable to prove that just there's a possibility. So you're so open minded that you just shove that dick in your ass. Like that's where we're at. And if somebody else wants to unmute you, that's fine. But I don't feel like talking to somebody that doesn't know if they have a dick in their ass or not.
Vickers, I don't know if anyone can like top what you just said. Like you really put the icing on the cake there. So thank you.
No, I mean if he's talking about possibilities, we've heard many times, you know, the question, do you have a dick in your ass? And they're like, no. And we're like, well, can you prove it? And they'll be like, yes, we can prove that we don't have a dick in our ass by showing our ass. But this guy's over here saying that the possibility is in his open mind, goddammit. And that I just don't understand. It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
What?
Yo,
All right, Clouds, you ready to begin?
yes.
Do you believe a God exists in reality?
No.
So you cannot demonstrate one to exist, right?
No.
That's not right? You can demonstrate one?
No.
Okay, we accept your concession. You lose. We win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Absolutely fucking dominated.
That's fucking embarrassing.
Wait, did I just lose?
Yeah, I mean, like, you didn't prove the God thing. Like, I don't know why this is such a hard task for you.
Oh no, I'm an atheist.
So you just openly admitted to the world you're like retarded?
Yes.
Oh, my bad, dude. I apologize. I apologize wholeheartedly.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So,
okay. Can you prove
prove-
atheism?
Can I prove atheism? I can. Well, I could prove agnosticism. Theism.
What? You can prove theism, but you can't prove a God exists, but you're an atheist.
See, I can prove that there is a God, but we don't know who it is.
All right, let's hear it.
Ready.
All right, hear me out. Hear me out. So, you know how like everything is created by a creator, right?
Nope.
See, so now like it goes back, like, cause like, let's say, for an example, a plant, a seed, it needs soil, it needs water,
No, it
and
doesn't.
it needs
No, it doesn't.
the sun to grow.
No, it doesn't.
It could take different things, but it all has like a partner, for an example. And that partner is God.
Wait, hold on. Can I stop? Where did you come from?
My mother.
Okay, where'd your mom come from?
Her mom.
Okay, and then where did her mom come from?
Her mom's mom.
Okay, so it sounds like you came from a long line of moms, right?
God is a girl.
No. What I'm saying is you came from something prior, right? Creation entails creating from nothing, right? The creation myth is like, oh, it came like something took all this and made it from nothing, right? But your experience in this life is you came from something prior, and everything prior to you came from something prior. So there's always something before what comes next. Do you agree?
Yes, in that ending of before, like that last thing is the creator.
No. There can't be a last thing. Like, we don't experience that, right? Like, we only experience stuff coming from other stuff.
Well,
Mr.
then you
Lost,
would
could
be
I ask you
basically
something real quick?
saying that it's even.
Yeah, can we move on
Then
to
we
a
can
guy
put
that
it
doesn't
in
sound
prayer.
fucking this bad?
Yeah. So, Soldier, what's
Yeah.
your proof you got?
So I'll ask the question, then I'll just kind of break down how you.
Listen, I asked you first. I said, can you prove the God thing? Yes or no?
Sorry, you were cutting off. I'd say yes.
So demonstrate it, please.
Sure. Before I demonstrate it, could I ask your position? Do you make like a positive claim that he doesn't exist, or are you like agnostic to it?
I make no claim.
You haven't stated anything for us to say it, right?
No. Well, you know, just like colloquially speaking, like when we use the term God.
You have not presented an it for us to say it doesn't exist.
Sure. So I would define God as a non-contingent, uncreated creator of all things.
I don't want words. I want the God, bro. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
what is that based on?
I just told you.
Can I ask you a question about your
that'll just
real quick?
For
Can
this,
I ask you a question about your non-contingent entity?
Sure. But are you doing an internal or an external critique? Because then I could like frame it in a different way.
I'll just end the conversation if you're going to be like this.
Be like what?
This obstinate. So I'm trying to ask you a question.
Go for it.
This contingent entity, does it have
I said it's
relata?
non-contingent.
Yeah, does it have relata?
I don't know what that is.
Relational attributes?
Could you like explain it to me? I'm a layman.
So like you're an interlocutor, right? You're my interlocutor. and I'm your interlocutor. So a relational attribute we have is interlocution. So we're interlocutors. Now, I don't have a property of interlocutor until I have you or someone else to talk to, and then we become interlocutors. That's a relational attribute. So it's like a transient property of two entities interacting.
Okay, so you're saying that prior to creation.
I'm asking a question. Does your non-contingent entity have relata? So does it relate to things? Does it have relationships? Like, I'm a coffee drinker, and my relationship with this coffee cup of coffee, right?
Sure. I'm not sure. I would say I'm not sure.
Well, you should get sure, because if you're going to argue that your non-contingent entity has relata, meaning it interacts with us.
Well, I never said that.
I'm saying if your non-contingent entity has any relationships, then those relationships would be defined as non-contingent. They'd have to be, because it's a non-contingent entity. So all of its relata, all of it, hang on, almost there. All of its
I just said, okay, calm down.
Here, let me do this so I don't have to get spurged out. All of its okay, then we'll just do this and I'll continue. Don't worry, chat. So if someone's going to argue for a non-contingent entity, meaning that it does not depend on anything else, and you argue that it has relata, where this non-contingent entity interacts with something, then the only logical conclusion we can have here is that their interactions are non-contingent themselves. So any interaction, if this thing interacts with me, I become a non-contingent entity just like it. It cannot be a non-contingent entity having a relata with a non-contingent entity. That wouldn't make any logical sense, because its relata would be non-contingent. They would be necessary, is what he's saying. So a necessary being having necessary relata would make its relationship necessary, and the reciprocal end of that relationship would necessarily have to be a necessary entity. So if you're going to argue for one non-contingent entity, you need to isolate that thing from any other system, because its interaction with any other system necessitates the interaction, and that interaction itself and the subsequent system is itself necessary. But this moron didn't know this shit, right? Because this moron didn't care about this shit. Because this moron was gaslit into this contingent versus non-contingent philosophy by morons, modal reasoning morons, right? Absolute gutter swine of philosophy.
Yeah, so that makes sense then. A non-contingent being cannot interact with anything contingently, or however
Yeah, there couldn't be any contingent relationships.
Which means we couldn't experience it.
Well, it would fundamentally mean that it's a violation of identity. You would, if I'm me and it's it, and we're related and it's a necessary being, then I would be dependent on it, and I would not be able to maintain identity. Because identity is the totality of the thing in reference. So whatever it is what it is. That's what identity says. And what they're saying is A equals A plus B. And I'm not plus B. Plus B is the contingent factor of God. So that violates identity. It would have, the only way it would maintain identity is if we said A plus B equals A plus B. That would maintain identity, because we're saying it's an equivalent statement. But I can't have identity if the other side of my equal sign is something different than me. That violates identity. And that's what these fucking modal morons are doing. They're just violating identity all over the fucking place, saying that nothing has identity, or everything is one identity, but it's two identities, which is a contradiction. It is fucking utter nonsense. This is why I hate these kinds of philosophers, because they just stand on a rhetorical foundation of philosophical platitudes that have really no merit whatsoever, like necessary entities and shit like this, and contingent beings, and that things could have been otherwise. Yeah, demonstrate that, moron. Show me an example of something that could have been otherwise. Just do it. Just show me anything that was and how that was thing could be anything.
And people like that, they truly believe they got it figured out.
Yeah, because they say it. They say it, and it's all logical and stuff, and they don't care if it pertains to reality.
What makes the person stop doing investigations into
their parents
thing they're
child abuse them?
Talking about what causes people to stop?
Child abuse, cognitive malnourishment on the part of the parent. That's what causes this shit. This is where you get these modal morons that try to argue this bullshit. Any notion of contingency like this is just nonsense. It violates identity. Doesn't matter if you define contingent as in could have been otherwise, or how the modal morons define it, because that's a hypothetical that you can't demonstrate. You cannot demonstrate that any molecule in this cup of coffee could have been in any other location. You just saying it's logically possible does not do any work at all to changing the system fundamentally at its core. Because you move one fucking molecule around anywhere and you have destabilized all of reality. Unless reality does that shit, you fucking moving one quark, a half a fucking millimeter to the left, changes all of reality. The whole fucking system changes. Now you could be like, wow, it gets washed out in the quantum vibrations, whatever. But still, all of reality is effectuated by every single fucking quark in reality. You don't get to say that because I can imagine things could have been otherwise, they could have been otherwise. That's not reality. And especially when you're a modal moron trying to argue a necessary entity, and then you want to get into many worlds and shit. It's like, I don't give a shit how many worlds you have with a necessary entity. Every single world is identical. There are no differences because it's a necessary being. Its necessary relata instantiates necessary relationships. So whatever's true in one necessarily has to be true in all of them. So it's just stupid, vapid nonsense of people bloviating and talking logic but without foundation. It's just a bunch of morons, a bunch of gaslighting, philosophical circle jerkers who just don't give a shit about making a single fucking observation in reality to substantiate all their claims, and they're only relying on whether it's logically possible, which is the absolute basement level of standards. Logical possibility is like the lowest bar. There is like a shitload of more bars beyond logical possibility that these modal morons are just ignoring. So, I mean, you can't help somebody who says that by some force of magic, the past could have been different, and they have not demonstrated this a single fucking time ever. 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 Not one experiment shows that anything in reality could have been otherwise. Nothing. So where are they getting this shit from? They're just literally pulling it out of their philosophical fucking vacuous buttholes. That's where. I uploaded a video, and I called it The Flaccid Problem of Consciousness.
The flaccid what?
You know about the hard problem of consciousness? This is the
Yes.
This is the flaccid problem of consciousness.
Jesus. Fuck. Just add digestion in there too.
Oh, I talk about it.
No, I know. I'm saying, but that's the most biggest problem we need.
I'm glad I found this. It's video 26, and I found some pretty good morsels in there. And I think I find it pretty good because I found that one. And I was watching JL stream last night doing opposition research. And he was stealing my hard problem of digestion rhetoric without citation, JL, which I said you could do. So, yeah. But, yeah, he was using my rhetoric. And I just need to put a video out there letting the world know that JL is a dirty meme-stealing person.
Me too.
I've never in my life heard about anybody talking about the hard problem of digestion. No one.
No, when you first said that, because it was always the hard problem of consciousness, and then you said the digestive thing, and then I did some research, and I'm like, we don't know shit. Like, we don't even know what's in our shit. Like,
what was it? There was that line that kind of rubbed me a little weird that JL said, which was like, if you're not identifying yourself as your interlocutor's like perception of you in their internal critique, then what's the point of conversation? I think the point of conversation is to represent yourself. What the hell?
Yeah, that's the idea of straw man versus steel man.
You don't have to be their straw man. You can have a fruitful conversation without being one.
It's fun getting JL amped up because he never really like full crashes out.
Yeah, the patient rehash. I think it's the writing for TV in him. He can recap at any point, at any time.
He's also, I guess, Andrew's trying to brainwash him over there. Andrew's like working on him.
Yeah, I thought I mean, he knows the spiel.
Yeah. Well, yeah, JL knows it. He's just a scared, is what it is. He's a scared of Igtheist Ragnarok. I don't know what else is it.
I think it just wants to be like Alex O'Connor degrees of approachable.
Yeah, I always tell people you don't have to be a dick to be an Igtheist. You need empathy. I think empathy is definitely a requirement for Igtheism because you got to understand the animal in their life and where they came from, and it like I never want it to come off like it's therapy, but it is a therapeutic approach. You have to get in the mind. You don't just make statements, right? It's you got to get in there, dig around, find the memes, dress them, do the Socrates method on them, right? Walk them through it. And 43, do you not know how to use a microphone?
I'm waiting you stop talking because I am an educated person.
Yeah, but you got a hot mic, dude. So that shit's annoying. You don't see your mic keying up when you're not talking?
No.
Yeah, well,
I'm
attention.
sorry. I didn't knew it.
Well,
okay.
Get good, man. Fuck.
Yeah. You're very mean.
No, I'm just an asshole. Can you prove the existence of a God thing?
Can you wait? I fix the fucking microphone. I can't do two things at the same moment. Is it better now?
Bro, it wasn't nothing wrong with it. It was just keying up when you weren't talking. It's because your sensitivity or whatever. So I can't tell you. It's not keying up. Now, you fixed it.
Yeah, okay.
Wow. But yeah, if the atheists can brainwash someone like JL, who is of the that kind of persuasion, maybe it'll help. People have been telling me for years that you're an asshole and it's hard to learn from you, and I get it. I knew that immediately. As soon as I learned from assholes, like I had to learn from a lot of assholes in my life, so you just gotta listen, right, and then get through it. But not everybody's got to be an asshole. Igtheism doesn't necessitate assholeism. That's not. It's just usually like atheists, we're sensitive. We got emotions, and we get our feelings hurt, and we got to lash out, stuff like that. So I try to say it as sensitively as I can. Where like, if you're a parent, the chances are you're cognitively child abusing your own kid, and you're doing it for what you think is good. You're saying shit like that. It's like you could say that in a nice tone. Like you could be like, "Hey, you're cognitively abusing your children, and I understand you think you love them, but if you really did love them, you wouldn't gaslight them." See, even when you say it really nice, it just doesn't come off the way people like expect it to come off, where like at the end of your statement someone's like, "Oh wow, that's a positive thing to say, thank you." It's like literally like there's no way to nicely inform someone that they're cognitively child abusing their own kid. Like if someone can help me nicify that, let me know. I have not to this date figured out how to make that sound nice. It's just a problem. Like, I just at some point when you've had to tell like 20,000 fucking people this, and only like 100 of them seem to care about their children enough to stop doing it to them. Yeah, shit makes you fucking toxic as fuck. Dealing with pieces of shit like this on the daily basis that just gaslight their own fucking children, don't have the cognitive sense to just cut it the fuck out, teach their children, you know, with more compassion for their developing autonomy. So yeah, we just need, you know, someone who isn't a toxic fucking asshole to argue this shit. So step up, Igtheists out there, if you're hearing this. If you think you're less of an asshole than me and you could make the point better because you'll do it with a high EQ as well, fucking do it, right? What are you waiting for? It's free. I put out all this content for free. Well, I mean, I have paid for my internet and shit like that, but it does not cost much money to upload shit to the internet to prove points. It's basically as free can get in 2026. So if I ain't doing it right, that's great. Do it better. But I'm still going to do my shit. I'm still going to do it. Because it's, you know, I don't see anybody else doing it. So eat my balls. Eat all of them. All of the ball. And then pop the other one in there. Like and subscribe. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Oh, and engage in the chats too. Money. Give me money. Yeah, Singer. That'd be nice. JL tried to get me to go on his stream, but I told him he wouldn't benefit that much having my toxic ass on his stream. They're all like, they're you know, I don't want to talk bad about nice people, but you know, they're like that kind, right? Those sort of people. So you can't say certain things, and I tried to tell JL, and I think he finally understood. But yeah, I could do a cameo or something for like a few minutes, but the moment I get fucking triggered, I'll probably just end up leaving, because then I'll just destroy JL stream like I do this one. Like, there's no way this channel's getting monetized ever, so I'm not even like remotely worried about that. Oh, here we go. Bam! I just started a poll in my chat, in my live chat. I'll go ahead and put that up every time I start my live.
Like putting some stuff in the thumbnail, like some text to kind of distinguish between the videos, might go a long way.
That's why I was doing the pictures in the thumbnails. Did the pictures not show up?
It was all the same one where it's the build your own ontology, whatever.
No, it should be one of them looks like a dude sitting at a table inside of a shop with a light and a big tome of philosophy in front of him.
Well, I think that might be throughout the video, but not the thumbnail. Let's check.
Should be. Oh, I think I know what you're saying. Hold on. I think maybe. Let me click buttons here. No, it should be right.
Yeah, when you do the numbered ones, Igtheism is the only valid position.
Yeah, the numbered ones, yeah, are all the same. But if you see the flaccid problem of consciousness, that's a different thumbnail.
Yeah, that one's different. But I think for the ones where you got this like long form video, like some yellow text to like tell the difference between them, I think would go a long way.
In a thumbnail?
Yeah.
God, that's such a pain in the ass. Like everything would be like a new picture.
It's the YouTube way. Like consider that thing like Mark narrates where he's like reading Reddit stories. So he's got like something slightly different going on in his thumbnail. I mean, it's like it doesn't matter too much, but it's like for the person who's like, hey, 3 months from now, I want to go back to visit that one good point that he made. It'd be so hard to dig it up. But if they know it by the thumbnail, they could find it.
If these, so I have my lives and videos, and then I need a new name for like the shorter ones. But the videos, the build an ontology. The problem with that, I understand what you're saying. It makes perfect fucking sense. But the problem is each one of these videos has like different topics and points, and they're just like random conversations. So I'd have to like, you know what I mean? It'd be it's a lot easier for like the flaccid problem of consciousness, because that is one top. So what I think would be a middle ground of what you're saying is, instead of doing what you're saying, keep doing this flaccid problem of consciousness and naming all my videos that way. Because that's my plan, is like this flaccid problem of consciousness video just came as one conversation from videos 26 and the lot. It's just pulled directly from that. And
yeah, maybe you could just do shorter title. You could do Igtheism dash and then something thematic. And then even then, since it's a long form video, I don't even think it needs to be like wholly related. Like if it's just related to one small part of the video, I think that's enough. Just as long as they can distinguish between them.
I do like the idea of putting Igtheism and then the flaccid problem of consciousness. I do like that. I changed it. I got 2 more videos, but I'm holding out. I don't want to put like 3-4 videos a day. I want to draw it out a little bit. Like the live and the regular video of that are basically, I'm going to be trying to do that every day. I'm behind on the lives though. I have more lives than I have videos, which is good because it gives me time to do stuff. some of the lives.
Are you scheduling them?
No,
you just schedule them.
Just doing them daily, just as I log on, and I just just doing the lives daily. No scheduled on that. So I don't expect to be getting a lot of live interactions and stuff because they're so boring. They're so dead most of the time. But
I would put them on the same day of the week, like weekly. If you have a backlog, just schedule them for the next week on that same day of the week.
If I did it once a week, dude, I would have so many backlog videos, man. Like so many. Like right now I'm at video 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. This is video 35. This live stream that we're on right now will be live stream 35. And I only have 26 video out. So I have, but they're not all that long. Like one's only 4 hours. I'll probably just end up not even, when I get to it, I'll probably unlist one like that because there's probably nothing on there. It was probably the end of the previous one, which looks like it. Because the other one went to full 12 hours. And so I would have stopped the stream and started again. Doesn't mean that there's anything on that one. So there's 2 on my list here that might not really have any content in them, but like 4 of them that, yeah, they're 12-hour videos. So something on them. But I just don't have the time to listen to all of it. Because even if I played it at double speed, it's a 6-hour video. So that's why it helps to truncate it down to the video, which is getting rid of the silence. Because then it's, a few hours, but even then I got to listen to it fast speed. The truncating the noise really helps because it like breaks it up into segments and I can skip to segments. So that really helps. But yeah, it's turning out to be a lot of work. So I may end up going back, like you said, doing it a week, but even then, I mean, I don't know. It's still a lot of work editing. I see why so many streamers ask for money because it is a lot of fucking work. But I'm doing this like a very lazy way to do this. So but it's starting to get more work now that I'm starting to think about putting out specific videos with topics. Hopefully that'll get traction because I get why people wouldn't want to sit there and listen to fucking long ass videos. But the algorithm's definitely favoring me. It's putting me out there. It's definitely, I'm like, you could see in the analytics, they're called like click-throughs or some shit. Let's see. So yeah, I mean, the algorithm is definitely holding my nuts right now, big time. Impression. That's what they're called. Impressions are like when you go to your, like for me, I hit premium and it just goes to like videos that, those are impressions. And so like 93.1% right now, it fluctuates, but 93% of like my channel activity comes from that. It's showing it to people. So that's great. I'm showing up there, but I expect that at some point it's it's not going to promote me, bump me in the algorithms. We'll see, though. All right, I'll be back up a bit. Like, what is next summer going to look like? It's going to be crazy.
I think your fears are well founded. If you go to my area, you will love it. It's just what's cool is like it's really hard pressed to find as much biodiversity as here.
Yeah.
And we have the most fungal diversity on the planet as well.
This, we'll call him a retard for a lack of better word. But he's commenting on my YouTube channel and posting 6 words or more. He says, "Have you no respect for server space?" ? And I say, server space? He says, "Yes, uploading videos takes storage space on a server somewhere. Think about how much of this is wasted on uploads of unedited rambling that nobody is ever going to listen to, and unnecessarily in video form, no less. Makes me wince. I mean, is this the kind of content you'd watch yourself? So, retard." Oh, well, hold on, let me finish. "Seems like someone's triggered. I pay for YouTube. I don't care about server space. The only reason you do is because my content triggers you. Thanks for your support." Anyway, so, Knuckle Dragger. Listen, what we have here is a failure for you to understand how it works. So, for one, you don't have to watch, right? That's not a thing. For two, if you'll notice, my voice is the one in all of the videos. So you're asking, is this content I'd watch? I'm the one that made it, dipshit. So I can't help but watch it because it's happening in real time. Like right now, as I talk, it's happening in real time, and I'm doing it live, right? I'm that's how it works. So I don't know like what your issue is, other than you're incredibly fucking stupid and triggered. But you should get over it. But I do appreciate your support. Make sure you post 6 comments or more, or 6 words or more. I heard that's what helps the algorithm. You're doing God's work by commenting on my my videos there. Moron. That'll be all. I'm signing out of this rant. Elvancor, you fucking moron. Subtrans. Sorry, I was talking to myself.
Yep. How's the YouTubing?
It's going. I put out a new kind of video today.
Yeah, the consciousness one.
Yeah, the
I've
classic
seen it.
problem of consciousness.
Yeah, that's been real.
Yeah. It's a banger for sure. All right, 3-3. Let's go, Privet.
Yeah, nerd.
Yeah, I'm gonna take your inability to start
Austin
proving
initiate.
it as an exemplar that you can't prove it. I win. Get wrecked, nerd. Oh, it's
Fucking
it's an
dominate.
it's an an initiate. Like the only part of initiate that I agree with is the last syllable. Shit. Beyond that, the initiate, yeah, it just does nothing for me.
Yeah, they're a bunch of nerds.
You know, you could talk now, 3-3. It's the bot that auto muted you. You could just start talking now. I guess he is an initiate. So I guess Tucker Carlson's running for president.
Really?
That's what I heard about how the VFT said it. It must be true.
I feel like the U.S. elections are kind of a joke.
Yeah. I'm probably going to be rioting in 28. Probably try to at least burn down a little bit of the Capitol building. Maybe just break some windows and knock over some barricades or something if my team loses. Because that's not a crime, apparently. The controlling party thinks that's perfectly acceptable behavior. So I'm really hoping there's going to be a high turnout. That'd be great.
Yeah. Even if you commit a crime, you're gonna get pardoned. So, hey Mogi, what's up?
¿Qué pasa?
Nothing much.
I'm just watching cartoons.
Watching cars.
Cartoons.
Oh, cartoons.
Dude, did the New York Post think that this was like breaking news or some shit? So, all right. Hold on, my brain is like not working. I'm trying to get it in. Okay, so these morons, and I mean New Yorkers, the cops there had an event. What was this thing called? The pro police something event. Okay, Ma'am Danny relentlessly booed by NYPD Staten Island event as he flees stage after less than 1 minute. So apparently Ma'am Danny went up there and all the this crowd is like all MAGA, all hardcore right wing, just the absolute bottom of the fucking barrel of human beings, right? And we're supposed to give a shit that a democratic socialist is getting booed off of. It'd be breaking news if they all sat there patiently and listened. That would make a fucking story. But this one, bunch of fucking right-wing conservatives freak out that they see or have physical contact with the existence of a democratic socialist, loses their minds and boos them off stage. Yeah, that's the headline I expected. So I don't know if they meant that to be like damaging to Ma'am Danny, that a bunch of conservative morons rejected him. You know what I'm saying? It's like if it had been 1,000 police officers sat patiently and listened to the Democratic, I'd lose my fucking mind. I'd be freaking out over that. But like literally, this is exactly because these are the dumbest people on the planet, right? The conservatives, they're just incredibly stupid and low IQ people. That's why they vote conservative. Of course, they're going to boo anyone who's trying to help them, right? Because they've been gaslit that helping them is demonic signs of homosexuality or something like that. I don't really know exactly their argument, but it has something to do with the gays. But yeah, that's where we're at in America.
Wow. Are they still obsessed with the gays?
With conservatives in the United States, yes, they're incredibly homosexual and they're not allowed to be gay. So it's a major source of frustration and animosity on the right. I mean, the right wing is probably the gayest party that there is. Like MAGA conservatives are hyper homosexual. Like, I'm serious. They're gayer than the gays. You know, the actual out of the closet gays, the ones that like gallivant around in their fucking outfits and shit. Like, they're gayer than those ones. Because they sit around and fantasize about it, and it gets all fucking twisted in their brains into like bad shit. Because they're not acting on it, right? They're repressing themselves. So they just closet fester until they snap. And you know, this would be true of anything. If I was getting pussy or something, and then getting pussy was considered bad, and I was just afraid of doing it, I'd be just as much as a miserable sack of shit as a conservative is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if they meant this as. I mean, when you read it, it seems like he's supposed to feel bad. You know, that he was booed off the stage by literally the dumbest people in New York.
Do you like him?
I don't really know enough about him. I mean, he sounds fine and everything, but I have my suspicions because he's, you know, Muslim and stuff. So you never know. But I mean, that could just be my post 9/11 bullshit, you know, in my head. There's no reason that a Muslim can't do what a Christian can do, which is, you know, lead a country in a secular manner, and then, you know, do all the religious bullshit off the clock. And as long as Ma'am Danny does that, I don't really think anybody's going to give too much of a shit about whether he's, you know, Muslim or not. But, you know, being an American post 9/11, during pre 9/11 American and all the rhetoric I've grown up with and all the internet debates and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, it would be in my brain. I'm not going to say I would act upon my bigotry, but yeah, it would be in my brain, and I would hate myself every moment of it because I'd know it's bigotry, and then I would just be looking for that. I would just be like every fucking moment. If he was my mayor, I'd be sniffing his fucking butthole every goddamn day, making sure he's eating right stuff. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
I mean, as long as he didn't do anything, I would fade into the bushes slowly until I'm not seen anymore. But yeah, I just have a visceral disagreement with Islam. So yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
The what do you call that? Like the separation of church and state. That's a amendment, right?
Well,
Or
yeah. I mean, it's one of the clauses of the First Amendment.
okay.
So that's what I'm saying.
So like
It's
even if like a
I don't have to like that, fuck the mayor. I don't give a shit about a mayor. It's completely irrelevant that he's a mayor. But like if he was a president, for example, as an American, I have every right, not only to be like a bigot, but to spout my bigotry. That's my right to do that. But as an American, I generally don't spout my bigotries in public like that unless they're warranted, right? Like something's going down. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm intolerant towards that. It's bad. Look at it. But I mean, as an American, you just got to suck it the fuck up and deal with, people you disagree with. It doesn't mean you have to agree. I don't have to like Muslims to say that Ma'am Danny can do a good job. I don't have to do that. Just like I don't have to like Christians to say that. Well, I don't know of a Christian president, but let's just pretend one of our presidents was an actual Christian. I don't have to like
Trump.
He's not a Christian. He's just manipulating brain dead morons into believing he's a Christian, but he's probably an atheist because he fucks children. So, he doesn't have like some moral compass. Like I'm using their logic, So
yeah,
it's just we haven't really had to deal with it as a country where Muslims are getting control and power in the government. And people like me been warning for a long time that, it's only a matter of time before another religion starts getting power and influence in politics. And, the Christ-stains are going to lose their fucking minds. And, they are. They're losing. Just look at like this. The guy's a mayor. He won by election, but the police who serves him won't listen to him. Yeah, it just goes to show that their bigotry is, harder than mine, I guess. But I'm not going to sit here and lie and gaslight anybody and say that if a Muslim was mayor of my town or governor of my state, that I wouldn't have an issue with it. But as an American, I have the right to have an issue with it, and just deal with it, right? Just fucking deal with it, and then whatever pops out the other end is either an "I told you so," or yeah, he'll probably do it next time. And then when he doesn't do it next time, it'll be like, well, he coulda. There's a contingent reality where he was a terrorist, and in that reality, shit's all fucked up, right? And then I'll just hop over to that one and not have shit to talk about in this reality, because that's the consequence of being a pre, during, and post 9/11 American that was brainwashed to hate Muslims, right? That's what happens to your brain. And I really don't hate Muslims. I hate Islam. And so it's just anybody practicing Islam is just somebody I gotta vicariously, or not vicariously, but I gotta hate by virtue of their ethics are dog shit. But that's the weird thing about America is you can have one set of ethics at home and another set of ethics out in public because you're constantly, surrounded by people you disagree with. We don't live in a homogenous nation like that. Like, you're going to have to deal with atheists, Muslims, of all kinds. We're, mixing pots. So, yeah, just a lot of Americans like me are just going to have to fucking learn to deal with it. That's the, that's the wonderful part of our country is that our structure is set up to kind of force cultural assimilation, if you will. So can Ma'am Danny do it? Yeah, sure. I don't see why not. I don't know how Muslim he is, so I just know he is a Muslim. He could be an alcohol drinking, bacon eating Muslim for all I have no fucking clue. Because I'm not a New Yorker. I don't live in New York City, which is really the extent to his stuff. That's why there was a video I saw of it where the pro genocide party, they got their question in during the mayoral event, and they were asking New York mayors, "Are you going to visit the land of where they commit genocide?" And every single one of them there was like, "Oh yeah, I'm totally going to bathe myself in Palestinian blood for New York," right? And Ma'am Danny was the only one that said that I don't hate Palestinian babies and I don't want to see them murdered. Every other candidate said that they wanted to see and kill Palestinian babies and bathe in their bloods themselves. So he was the only one that didn't say it. But then the person who was making the video was like, why does anybody give a shit? Why the fuck would a mayor of a city go visit fucking, the land where they commit genocide and kill babies? What the fuck does the two have to do with anything? Well, like you think some fucking mayor in the middle of, Oklahoma in a town of like 40 needs to go kiss a pedophile's wall where they kill babies, right? Like, no, there's no reason some fucking mayor. But that's the power of the pro baby killing party and the pro genocide party, is they're spending so much money to brainwash people that fucking mayors are asked if they would love to kill Palestinian babies or not. It's actually fucking wild. That, like, how would we feel if, like, we found out, like, Botswana politics was doing this? That some local chieftain was being elected and he had to go kiss a wall that pedophiles built. Like, it's crazy. I tell people all the time that when they gasp when I say I want Muslim/Islam, it's not Middle Eastern people. It's still a religion. I don't even what Christianity too. Oh, one. Yeah. I mean, that's where I'm at. I've never had a president to vote for that represented my philosophies. So, I mean, I've always had the options of people who worship pedophiles. That's the only options I've ever been given. So, people just gonna have to suck it up and vote for the Muslim if the Muslim's the better option. Because I'll tell you what, just because they say they're a Christian, that don't make them. I mean, Christians. There's an alleged Christian in the office of the presidency right now who literally fucked a child. So I just don't buy this idea that vote for the Christian, not the Muslim, because the Muslims are bad. Look, Muslims are bad. Islam's bad. Christianity's bad too. Both bad. It's just we've been saturated with the Christ stains that we feel like the Muslims. It's like, well, I mean, you guys are just as bad. Really, if it wasn't for American secular values, Christ stains would be some of the worst fucking people. If you give Christ stains all the control in the United States right now, there would be a Holocaust. There would be a fucking Holocaust in the United States. They would be going around killing tens of millions of fucking people. That's what Christians in this country would be doing. They would be slaughtering en masse. So eat my dick. I don't want to be slaughtered by Muslims any more than I want to be slaughtered by Christians. And both groups worship a pedophile. So I don't feel comfortable under either one of their reigns. So can I trust a Muslim? I don't trust humans. If you said, hey, Mom Donnie's a human, you trust him? I'd be like, not a fucking chance. We'll just have to see. And if I'm wrong about him, which I don't know shit about him other than he's a politician, so I automatically assume he's a piece of shit. But he says a lot of good things. But that's exactly what politicians do. They're good at saying things you want to hear. Yeah, that's all you got to do, Singer, is just look at what the Christians did in the past when they had control, and that's exactly what they did. They slaughtered discriminately, but they slaughtered literally everyone who just disagreed with them. If you did not suck the God cock the same as them, they killed you. They'd fucking tell on you and they'd fucking have you killed. They'd blame you for being a witch and then have you publicly fucking executed. This is exactly what Christians today would be doing, because they ain't no different than back then. We haven't evolved any. We're the same fucking animal. The only difference is we live in a secular nation where they're not allowed to do it. That's why they're trying to destroy this secular nation, get rid of the Constitution, so that they could commit a fucking Holocaust on everybody that doesn't believe in their shit. That's exactly it. Christians will be caught up in that too, you know, because it depends on who's the controlling party. But there ain't a sect of Christianity that I trust not to commit wholesale genocide on Americans if they got control. That's exactly what I think of every single sect of Christianity. It's like you could see that James Tallarico. There's a James Tallarico video that's out there. It's pretty good. Where he's going up one of the pro-pedophile, pro-genocide party members in Texas. She was defending putting the 10 Commandments in politics or whatever. And so Tallarico's, asking her, he's like, oh, do you know who wrote the First Amendment, the Separation Clause? And she's like, well, I know who wrote the Bible. While she's sucking off that pedo demon dick. And he's like, well, it was James Madison. And he just schools her, makes her look like you watch this thing, and this vile creature has no response other than to read pre-scripted fucking response, while Tallarico's looking her dead in the fucking eyeballs, making simple points. Right? You're in here trying to convince Americans that this is a Christian country when James Madison, the author of the first fucking amendment, said there should be a wall of separation. It's like she should be tried for fucking treason. That is working against the state right there.
I have a question. Weren't most so the South, like the Confederates, weren't they mostly Christian or not?
But the whole country is mostly Christian.
Okay.
People don't get the dynamics. Like, there were white supremacists as part of the abolitionist movement. Abraham Lincoln was a self-proclaimed white nationalist. It's just it's weird. And I hate to use this fucking example because it's so degrading, but it serves the purpose. As we look at dogs, we don't treat dogs in the United States any way that we want. We have laws that prevent us from beating our dogs and malnourishing them. We can't just leave them outside, for example. We have laws even that regulate human dog interactions. The same was true back then. So as I have empathy for my dog, and I want her to be treated well, and again, this is such a fucked up analogy, but it's the state of the American, hundreds of years ago, that blacks were considered sort of the same. That there were a lot of people, white nationalists, that looked at blacks as we look at dogs today, and they still feel that the blacks back then deserved rights. They were, in their eyes, equivalent to like we see dogs today, but they still recognized, just like we see in dogs, a basic quote-unquote humanity or doganity. They would see the same thing in the people back then, is that, yes, you had groups that saw them as just animals to be used as slaves, and the other group would not disagree that much, but they would be saying things like, you can't mistreat them, just like we deal with dogs and stuff. So, with dogs having advocates today, during the abolitionist movement, there was a similar attitude that a lot of people, even though they were avid white nationalists, felt that slaves were under too much of a burden. It was just too horrible of a life for them. Just like if you're walking down the street and you see a dog being abused, you'd be saying and feeling the same thing. Hey, stop abusing that dog. You wouldn't be saying, hey, give that dog all the same rights as a human being and set it free and let it go get a job. You wouldn't be saying that, but you'd be saying, hey, quit maltreating or mistreating that dog. Same during the abolitionist movement, that a lot, well, I don't know about a lot, but several people, famous abolitionists, were white supremacists, but they had empathy for, their equivalent of the analogy that I'm making. So, humans are a fucking dynamic animal. Like we can have contradictory belief systems and incoherent, rationalities and stuff like that. But it just goes back into people like Tallarico, where he's a religitard, but he's trying to be a politician. And so, he's telling this vile creature who wants Palestinian babies dead. He's basically just telling her, look, you don't know your own history. You're gaslighting Texans into believing that these founders were anything but strict sectarians, secularists, strict secularists. Yeah. Even the religion aside, they were strict secularists because they understood the power and control given in the hands of religious people is bad. That's exactly the people they fled. That's the people they were fighting war against. Right? It's just ridiculous to think that the founding fathers were these evangelical Christians. They weren't. They were anything but evangelical Christians. They fucking hated evangelical Christians. They were, you look at what is it, the Thomas Jefferson Bible, right? It's like literally taking all the magic out of it, and it's just like the moral stories and accounts. So no, these people were not brain dead Christian nationalists who wanted everyone to have the Ten Commandments in the Bible. These people forged the document. They're the ones that wrote the fucking amendments. If they wanted the Ten Commandments in the amendments, they would have fucking put it in there. That's what they would have done. They wouldn't have put stuff in there like nature's deity. They would have put in the Christ God pedophile, Yahweh. That's what they would have put in that fucking document. But these morons are gaslighting even dumber people. Because she's an educated person. She knows this shit, or should know this shit. Right? But she doesn't care because she knows her base is the dumbest Americans. They will believe whatever they're told. And so she doesn't have to. They'll look at Tallarico like he's a literal demon because he's a Democrat. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter that the dude is a Christian his entire life, raised in a Christian household, has Christian beliefs, like preaches Christianity. That doesn't matter. It's that he's on the left, therefore he's a demon. Anything this person on the right says must be true. He hates God, wants to, kill babies, right? Like that's their fucking dumbass brain in action. It's not even logic. It's just emotional disposition towards what they perceive as the out group. But really, they're in the out group fighting against the in group. That's what's the fucking craziest thing. It's like they have literally aligned themselves with the people who ostracize them. That's what's fucking crazy. And the party who wants to bring them in is the demons. The people that want to help them are it's crazy. I hate this fucking country that way. Like the way my people are, because we're so diverse, it's like that. And then we're so dumb. We're so abysmally uneducated in this country because it's intentional. We don't want an educated population. So can you get a great education here? Absolutely. You get a fucking phenomenal education. Do we get one? Not really. Most of us don't.
Yeah. Would you say, I have a question for you. Would you say that like Americans would like stop, like they would stop like caring as much if like the US cut ties with like Israel and stuff? Or, like you guys stop paying taxes, like your tax dollars would like stop going to Israel?
What about it?
Like let's say the US like cuts ties with Israel and like none of your tax dollars would like go to Israel or any of like the Middle East. Like would Americans like stop caring? Because like you're contributing your money to the
No, Americans only care because they're told to care by their controllers. But it's not because they actually care about dead Palestinian babies. They don't give a shit. It's moral platitude. Okay. If you're drowning and someone on the boat is just expressing how you're drowning and it's hurting their feelings, that ain't doing you no good. You're still drowning.
Yeah. Yo, oh, never mind.
Is that what Madison said? The founding father who referenced the bloodshed of Europe was James Madison. In an 1803 letter he wrote on the purpose of the separation of church and state was to keep forever these shores and the ceaseless strife that has soaked the soil of Europe in blood for centuries. Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what these fucking people were fleeing, was rampant religious psychopathy.
Are you here?
Welcome, welcome. Yes. No.
Can you prove it?
Am I what?
Can you prove it?
Can I what? No, I cannot do a backflip. No.
No, prove, like, you believe in God?
Yes, wait, what is the name of this GC?
God ain't real, prove me
Oh,
wrong.
can you fucking
Oh my
think,
God.
bastard? Jesus Christ, this is insulting. You're a fucking human, dude. Do better.
My bad, my bad.
Do you wanna engage
try
in this
make joke.
topic or not?
No, I joined wrong VC. I only saw micros.
Jesus Christ, no one could possibly give a fuck about what you were saying, dude. Wow, Canadians are at it again. You motherfuckers, dude. This guy's got a completely different model.
Of?
The evolution of the universe.
Interesting.
Yeah, it actually is. It says new cosmology model finds dark matter doesn't exist. The University of Ottawa physicist says weakening natural forces could explain a universe made entirely from ordinary matter. Bullet points. A proposed cosmology model argues that the universe may contain ordinary matter alone. Ordinary matter alone without dark matter or dark energy. The model matched key measurements tied to galaxy spacing and the cosmic microwave background, despite using a very different cosmic timeline. The idea remains unproven and needs broader testing against observations such as primordial element abundances and the full microwave background pattern. The universe may be missing, and this is the article, the universe may be missing two of the most fundamental ingredients. A University of Ottawa physicist argues that dark matter and dark energy are unnecessary if nature's forces weaken over cosmic time and light loses energy across immense distances. Rajendra Gupta, a physicist professor in the university's Faculty of Science, tested the claim against two major cosmic yardsticks. This model reproduced measurements linked to early universe and large-scale spacing of galaxies. The work challenges the standard cosmological model. That model roughly assigns 27% of the universe to dark matter and less than 5% to ordinary matter, and most remainder to dark energy. Gupta's alternative, called CCC plus TL model combines covariant coupling constants. That's the CCC, covariant coupling constants, with tired light. That's the TL. Tired light. Or is it tiered light? The first idea allows fundamental forces to weaken as the universe ages. The second proposes that light loses energy while traveling enormous distances. The universe built without invisible matter. Dark matter does not emit, absorb. We all know that. The CCC plus TL model takes another route. It changes how cosmic expansion, redshift, distance, and strength of natural forces are calculated. In Gupta's framework, weakening forces drive accelerated expansion rather than dark energy. The study's findings confirm our previous work, the JWST Early Universe Observatory and the Lambda CDM cosmology. Is that Lambda? What is the upside, or the A without the stick across it? Whatever that is. About the age of the universe being 26.7 billion years old. That's what JWST was talking about when it first came up, that the universe might be twice as old as we think it is, based on that. But anyway, it goes on to say, discovered that the universe does not require dark matter to exist. Gupta said, in standard cosmology, the accelerated expansion of the universe is said to be caused by dark energy, but it is in fact due to the weakening forces of nature as it expands, not due to dark energy.
I think that makes more sense.
Yeah, he's saying, I guess the covariant coupling constants is just saying that the constants are constant with respect to how they vary over time, like with respect to each other. Like they basically function the same way, even though they kind of change over time. But ends up causing physical differences. But the constants, so the constants vary, but they're coupled. So their variation is equalized or whatever across the forces. But as that evolves, the total physics of reality comes out different. Even though these constants stayed tethered together, physics evolves over time. But then, like, wouldn't there be evidence of physics evolving? Like, wouldn't we be able to measure
I'm just thinking that further a thing has to go for the amount of time it is, that it would break down, and then that would just explain how the nature of things are. So it's like when all of that like material is just continues in its whatever direction it's headed, like those. That's interesting.
See, and he says his model, well, it goes on, it says his model also gives the universe an age of 26.7 billion years, nearly twice in general accepted 13.8. That longer timeline was previously proposed to explain surprisingly mature galaxies observed by JWST less than 500 million years after the Big Bang.
Yeah, it's just like what now? So we know the Big Bang is an event that occurred, right? So we can observe that event, and there were galaxies that existed before that event occurred. So now we have to figure out what was the relationship to that event occurring. Like, was it one of those superstars and the other superstars, or was it like two super black holes, or you know what I mean? Like that, like what comes together to create the it obviously had to be all that material to be re-separated.
Yeah, I mean, this article does go on to talk about, you've heard of baryon acoustic oscillations, BAOs?
I've maybe, but I can't say for sure at all.
Well, you work with metal, and so you know about the twanginess of metal.
Yeah.
So the universe at a very early stage would have been in a state of matter that's really weird. Like, it would have had an insanely high twang factor, but it wouldn't be made out of like metal, like you would think metal. It's way denser than metal, and so, but it more acts like a soup or a fluid. But it has an insane, like, throughout this, like, imagine a cube, and just put yourself in the cube of this material, and it would be kind of like a metal, so high twang, but like inside your cube here, you would have quantum fluctuations, and those quantum fluctuations are what's twanging, right? So the soup is like vibrating, like it's twanging, if you will, where these shock waves, if you will, are occurring, and it's part of how they think matter distributed itself as the universe cooled down. So during this early phase, there were all these oscillations of baryonic matter. This is why they're called baryonic acoustic oscillations. So it's like an ocean of hyper fucking compactified and dense baryonic matter in this like super state or some shit, like a liquid, and it's twanging. And as the universe evolves, there gets to be this, like, I can't explain it because it's science magic, but it evolves from a state where it's like this high soup fluid with twang going on, and it phase transitions, and wherever you had a twang going off, where it was vibrating, it was like you had this like vibration going off, it like locks in. I don't know what this means, but it like locks in, and it leaves these residues. that we can observe in space. Like we look out and we could see these absolutely massive like bubbles all over the place. And those bubbles are like, imagine like boiling water. This might be a better analogy. Imagine like this before, like during when the valves were going off. Imagine like boiling water where you're just getting these like bubbles occurring, right? And then just at some point, the water phase transitions, turns to like a gas, but then the bubbles get frozen, like in space-time. They're like frozen there. I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't have the memes to like, I know what they say, but I don't know what it means to lock a bow in and it's like stuck there, I guess. I don't know what that means, but that's what they're saying. That there's all these rings everywhere. They look like rings, but they're bubbles. But they're like these rings everywhere. And they're the leftover remains of that phase transition from that high baryonic state, or that the high energy state of baryonic matter to transition and condense basically into the baryonic matter we interact with as today. But the bowels are like really interesting. If you want to like learn about early Big Bang cosmology, that is definitely something to look into. It's just evidence of like it's what the nerds use to like kind of understand what the condition was like early in the universe, stuff like that. But yeah, baryonic acoustic oscillations.
I would definitely look into that once I finish these other nonsensical things I got my dumbass self into.
Yeah. But yeah, that state is like, if you imagine all the matter in reality getting so hot that it gets smeared out and like forms like a plasma, I guess. You know how like a plasma is like an ionic form of matter, so it's like a super plasma. It's like some other kind of state, but it would be like, so you're heating it up so much that it can't even form like the subatomic particles and shit or whatever. It's like it's too hot for that. It's got to get a lot colder, and by colder, it's still like insanely fucking hot. Like there's like a time that the universe existed that it was too hot for the concept of heat yet. Like shit had to cool down for heat to even make sense, to be like a measurement. And so yeah, during early Big Bang shit, it's like a whole completely different phase of matter where it's all the forces are just smeared out into a goop, basically. I imagine it.
But what they're saying is that it seems like what they're saying is when the Big Bang happened, there were galaxies that are already there.
No. They're just so with the BALs, the BAOs, they're not like galaxies or anything. So you heard about the concept of quantum fluctuations?
Yeah, I read a couple things on it.
Yeah, so in this state, all of the matter was in this state. It was quantum fluctuations. They were quantum fluctuations. So these are the way that they explain it sounds like science magic, where it's just like, like you heard about virtual particles, stuff coming up out of the vacuum. They say it comes into existence or comes into being. Physicists mean something very specific about what they mean by begins to exist in this form.
When we can detect it.
Yeah, sort of, or just that there is something. It's because these quantum states are what's problematic about quantum states is talking about them in these smeared out forms from a quantum to the smeared out macro scales that we're dealing with. But when you're dealing with like quantum fluctuations, you got to imagine like this whole system. Like I said, imagine a cube, and you're in the cube, and you are in like a substance that is the quantum fluctuations, and the fluctuations are going off. They're like going off like fucking crazy. They're bouncing off each other, right? These energy states that they're called fluctuations because they're popping in and out of reality insanely fast, and they do it so fast that they're not measurable. So they don't exist long enough for like time and space and all that to be aware of their existence. And that's what Lawrence Krauss is saying, is that you could borrow as much energy from reality as you want and make it as grand of a universe as you want, as long as you give all that energy back before causation has to say anything about it, before the tabulation. Like, if I can borrow $1 trillion from my bank but deposit it back before they know about it, then what's the problem? There's no, I just gave it back. So it's just saying that during these quantum fluctuations, and they're literally going off everywhere, enormous amounts of energy fluctuate in and out. And during this phase, those fluctuations interact with each other. And they produce variations within that quantum system, which is what's hard to explain in quantum mechanics, is those the operations between in the math and physics between the quantized events. But with this, it's like the entire state is like that. There's these quantum fluctuations going off, and they're bouncing off each other, and then a phase transition occurs, and those fluctuations sort of just kind of get frozen in while the rest of the energy and stuff expands, and that's where the galaxies are and stuff. But these bows are sort of indicators of what the early transitionary phase was like, and the other shit would be the cosmic microwave background. So we look up and we see the cosmic microwave background, and it's pretty homogeneous, but it's insanely homogeneous. Like any non-homogeneity I'm about to mention is not that much, but it's still there. There are variations in the CMB, and it's related to those quantum fluctuations, which we can also perceive as these BAOs. So it's like two different ways that they have angles into, this early state to be able to like describe it and stuff. Anyway, that's what they are. They're just like evidence of quantum fluctuations and shit.
Nice. Like I said, I got a bunch more digging to do.
Yeah, this one guy has this video. He's hyper nerd, a lot of math, but he actually calculated the twang factor of space-time, bro, and it is broken as shit. Like the twang factor of space-time is just absolutely ridiculous. Like if you try to put it in numbers, like so, dealing with the exponents between 1 and 10 is the twang factor of like metal. The twang factor of space-time is, I think I get the two numbers mixed up, but it's like 10 to the 71st is the amount of force that is holding space-time together, and it would take an frequency oscillation or whatever of 10 to the 46th, I think, frequency of hertz or whatever. Which, if you look up hertz, that number is just absolutely ridiculous. But if you could punch a bit of space-time with, that much frequency, a 10 to the 46th, it would generate a reversal effect of the 10 to the 71 or 2 reverse twang factor. I don't know what to call it. It's just like the hardness of how hard it is to pull reality apart, like space-time. So like if you were to grab one side of space, a bit of space-time, and another bit of space-time, and like pull on it, try to pull it apart and rip it in half, you would have to overcome a force that's holding it together at 10 to the 71st. And you would do that with a beam that has a frequency of 10 to the 46 hertz, which are numbers that are just, yeah. So it's just to say that space-time is held together pretty damn good. And what's cool is that the LIGO can detect that, right? That's what LIGO is detecting, is how the universe is stretching and compactifying. And so it's able to stretch and compactify because it has those properties. Like metal, you pull on certain metals at like 10 to the 1 whatever units they use, it'll break, it'll stretch and it'll snap. But some metals are harder, and you got to pull up to 10 orders of magnitude harder for it to snap. And that's general metals is between 1 and 10 orders of magnitude. 1 and 10. That's general metal. Space-time is 10 to the 71st. That's how hard you have to fucking pull on space-time to like break it. And merging black holes are basically doing that. Not enough to like break reality, but to jiggle it, right? It's jiggle factor. Because that's what we're detecting with these laser beams is space-time jiggling. And so that's how much energy merging black holes are dumping into that spot, is that they can actually jiggle space-time measurably, even though it's bound that hard. It's crazy. Or do you not know your like hot micing? You not know how to use Discord? Taizan? Can you prove a God thing? Taizan? Bro, you could unmute to speak, but like hot micing and like micing up when you're not even.
Sorry, 1 second, 1 second.
Yeah, it's Lambda. Sorry, my ancient language is pretty bad.
I don't know how to take the approach today, to be honest. I think the proof's in the bread and butter. So,
like on the plate?
Bread, like you talk about yeast and flour.
Like it could be yeast, it could be cornstarch, it could be fabric, it could be silk. You know,
so you're
all
saying
of that's the
that's
bread and the
God?
butter. Or what does like analytical idealism say? Do you know anything about that?
I'm not a nerd, so no, I would never know anything about that. You could tell me about
It's
it,
like-
but my brain will likely.
So
delete
trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. The philosophy.
But I was just
Taizan, that's
wondering,
in,
the bread and butter, though, that you're referring to, is that God or is that not God?
What's an example of something that could be like
Well,
Actually, I
like
can't
let me
really
ask you it this way. You know, like a footprint in the mud, right? Like you could go on a muddy, rainy day, you can go outside and put your foot in the mud, pull your foot out, and you'll have a footprint, right?
Mm.
That footprint is not you. That's not you. It's evidence that you were there, but the
Yeah.
footprint's not you. No amount
Yeah.
of the footprint is going to add up to you, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
So
That's the whole argument, actually.
right?
So,
I'm asking
yeah,
for
yeah.
I'm asking for you, not the footprint. So you're talking. You gave me footprints, right?
Mm.
Bread and butter. That's footprint.
Yeah, no. Do you think that's possible?
What do you mean? It's your idea, is it? You tell me.
No,
Can you prove it?
But you see, we're doing the same thing. I'm just saying, like, do you think that's possible? Like, am I not allowed to ask you that question back?
Is what
I know that's
possible?
what I know the context of what you're doing, right? But I'm like,
For
do
me
you
to
believe
prove
that?
are you asking? Is it possible for me to prove the existence of a God thing?
No, like, do you believe it's possible to even do that?
To prove the existence of a God thing, it's trivial. Yeah.
Right. So you don't believe it? Yeah, no. So. Yeah.
Well, it just
So I'm
depends
guessing
on what
the
one means
context
by
here is
God.
like
though.
deconstructing.
Like, how many gods have you heard about? You've heard about a lot of gods, right?
Copious amounts.
Right. So, have you ever heard of like the sun in the sky being God?
Yeah, you can take it back to that, like just a
Well,
really like, simple
that's a
understanding
God
of
that
what,
exists.
to a degree, right? But,
No, to the same degree anything with existence does. Anything with ontology is doing what the sun's doing. You're doing it. You're not doing anything different than the sun.
is that why you say God thing?
Because I don't care about the concepts. I care about the thing. The thing is what is the concept is based on, right? You don't have a concept if there's no
Yeah,
thing.
no,
If
you're right.
we're asking about a thing, if we're just asking about a concept, then yeah, pure semantic content will do. Absolutely. If I just say, hey, make up an idea, absolutely. You can draw upon any of the semantic references you have in your brain and come up with any idea you want to. But if we're talking about a thing out there in reality, then yeah, we need that thing. And then when we have the thing, we'll just draw from our semantic references to describe the thing. But the meaning that we come up with of our semantic references here, they have no meaning in absent the context of the thing itself, because the thing is what's giving the credence to our word selection, right? Our word selection.
Yeah. I think you kind of nailed it though. To be fair, when you kind of said the footprint in the sand kind of thing, like there's probably loads of other conversations you can have. But
see, the thing is
that really
when
is
you're
nail on the head.
offering the bread and butter, the reason I put it that way is I'm not denying that there's a bread and butter. I'm just denying your conceptualization of the bread and butter. Reality is the bread and butter. Reality is real. Regardless of whether you're right or wrong, reality is real. Regardless of whether I'm right or wrong, reality is real. It's an independent object we're talking about. The only way that we'll ever come to conclusions about it is a shared interrelated experience. You'll point at it and say it's blue and say, is that blue? And I'll say, yeah or no. And a better way to do it is just go, hey, do you see a thing? And I go, yeah, I see a thing. And you go, what color's the thing? And I say, it's purple. And you're like, yeah, no, it's blue. And I'm like, no, it's purple, bro. And you're like, no, it's blue. Trust me. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm colorblind and I see purple. And then you're going to be like, well, yeah, you're colorblind. That's why you're seeing purple, but it's blue.
Yeah, so
right?
it would still be like an objective thing, and then you can find out why there's a difference between the subjective experiences, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
no,
can't do
understandably,
that
right.
absent the observation. Absent the observation, every statement you make about it's going to be a non sequitur. Every statement. So when we say it's blue, that is a non sequitur, thus it's not true. But then what happens when we say it's not blue? Well, that's also a non sequitur, and it's not true. So it's not true that God's blue or X is blue, and it's also not blue at the same exact time. So that's a contradiction. It's the inversion of a contradiction. It's just the other side of it.
Well, the compatibilism there is just perspective, I guess.
It's not
And
compatible.
context.
No, I'm not.
Like, no, I mean, because it's no, because it's in contradiction, right? They're both true and false at the same time, right? So
No, they're both false at the same time.
Well, they
So things being false propositionally at the same time is a contradiction because it's binary. A thing is either blue or not.
But the context is where you get an answer to that question. Because my brain just started like having a fuzzle or something, you know.
Well, no, you would observation would get you that. Observation's where you start with the proposition it's blue. You don't start with the proposition it's blue and then go look. You've got your operation backward.
Well, you know what blue is, and then you call it blue.
All right, let me give you an analogy. Are you okay with thought experiments?
Of course.
So I have a box. It's 3 feet cubed, and it weighs 3 pounds, no matter what. Any object can fit in the lid. Anything. You could put a pea or all of reality will fit in the box. Once it's sealed, completely impenetrable to all forms of detection. Now,
Well done. Sorry, that wasn't sarcastic, by the way.
before the conversation started, I put an object in the box. So there is an object, a specific object in the box. What's in the box? Now, before you answer the question, know this. I grant full semantic access. You are free to pull from 100% of the words in your lexicon to describe it.
What, the thing that you said you put in the box prior to the conversation?
Yeah.
If I said no, is that weird?
If you said what?
If I just said no.
No what?
Like no to describing the object in the box using all of my language to say.
Well, why would you say no?
Don't think it's possible.
So you're saying that
You have a banana in the box.
So you're saying that even though you have full semantic access to being able to describe whatever's in the box,
Yeah.
like, do you feel that you have a wide variety of semantic references that you could draw upon?
Absolutely, but it's just it doesn't matter. It wouldn't compare.
Do you feel that I personally have put any barriers on any of the access points to any of those semantic references?
No, because you clarified. So.
Right. Now, the question being, what's in the box? Your refusal to answer it is rational because you're saying there's no way for you to do that, even though you have all the ability. Now, all I got to do here. All right, let me ask you this. You're familiar with the word? Let's just clarify, make sure that we're on the right track. You know the word flat and how to use it, right?
The word flat.
Flat, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
In I notice you're like what, English or British, so flat might be a house for you, right?
Oh, a flat, as in like an apartment. Yeah, flat.
It could
yeah,
be.
yeah.
It could be. That's one of your semantic references.
Okay, health. Wow, you got me there.
One of my, both of our semantic references is shape, flat,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And what about tail?
Depending on the context.
But you kind of get that one. You
Yeah,
all
no,
the
I understand. Yeah, yeah.
semantics.
It's the context, which yeah.
And then large,
Right.
rodent
Right.
of the genus castor. What about that? That one might not be in there. Castor, the genus castor. See, that might not have much sense to you. What's a genus castor? So we'll skip that part. having large incisors with, just stop me when I get to a word of semantics that you didn't already have.
I think I got the point that he was trying to make though, like in terms of
our
language
ability,
and
our ability to describe what's in the box is behind the barrier of experience. All I needed to do is reveal to you in the box, and you got rid of all the unnecessary semantic references. All of them.
I think I don't know why I kept saying context and perspective, but the context and perspective to that is subjective anyway. So
wait, what do you mean it's subjective?
Like the perspective of, so you said it like whatever's in the box, I'd like the experience to know what's in the box, and I couldn't describe something. I like the experience.
Yeah, but that's not subjective, right? Because look, we're standing across from the box. No, but if
you went in there and I didn't.
Yeah, but that's what I was about to modify that for this part of the concept.
Yeah.
Let's say we were just taking a walk and we found this box. Both of us would have full epistemic access or full semantic access to all of our word choices. We're locked down on semantics. We're good. But both of us will have the same exact problem at describing whatever's in the box. Now, the moment we flip that box over, both of our brains will land on the object. We'll have a shared interrelated experience. So that when I look at it, I'll say, do you see something? And you'll be able to describe it without me providing you any semantic references. And I'll be able to do the same for you. You won't need to say anything. I could be the one that looks in the box and be like, yeah, it's got a flat tail. What do you think? And you'd be like, yeah, it's got a flat tail. Holy shit. And then I'll be like, you go. And you'd be like, whoa, it's got sharp incisors. And I'd be like, yep. That's the shared interrelated experience and how we affirm what we're perceiving. Right? Because maybe we suck. Maybe I'm colorblind and I think it's a green animal in the box. And you're like, nah, it's brown. And you'd know I'm colorblind. So I'd just defer to you. I'd be like, well, I'm colorblind. You're not. So it's brown. Right? He said it's brown. I'm deferring to your expertise there. But I only defer to your expertise because I understand that my vision's flawed. But I don't have a flaw in perception of flatness. Neither do you. Right? So absent this experience, absent you and I flipping over the lid and not being able to experience what's in the box, it doesn't matter how many words we know. It absolutely does not matter. And we don't need any of the words. Because we could look in the box and be like, what's that thing? And we'll be like, I have no fucking clue. I have literally no words to describe it. And then we'll just be like, all right, we're going to call the tail flat. Right? We could just do that. And then when we're like, well, what do you mean by flat? And I'm like, yeah, and I do this with my hand. I'm like, yeah, you see how it's flat? Like, and you're like, oh, okay. We could develop that in real time. So the idea here is not getting confused with semantic meaning versus epistemic content. Like content about the meaning, right? Like what are the words you're drawing upon? When it's semantic content, the words is your lexicon.
Absolutely. Because the proof would be in the bread and butter, right?
When it's epistemic content, the words are irrelevant. You don't need the words. 0 words required for epistemic content. Now it's super helpful. Don't get me wrong. Words are super, super fucking helpful. They're not required. We can make the words as we need them to describe the meaning of the thing in the box. But the thing in the box is where we're deriving the meaning.
So the bread and butter in the correct sense would be the experience of what that thing is rather than
the bread and butter is the beaver. And the experience is just our ability to look in the box. So we're looking outside the box right now. You're in your box. I'm in my box. I'm looking out into the world, and we're having a shared interrelated experience of a second box, right? There's this other box with a beaver in it, and we're talking about that from our own vantage. But I'm locked in my box. You're locked in your box. We could communicate in and out of our boxes, right? We could ask what each other sees, and that's what helps us understand things. That we learn more together than we do individually.
So re-understanding like the basics.
Yeah, this is an epistemic model, yeah. And it's just a principle that absent the experience, absent that experience, then you don't have an epistemic bridge. You have nothing to provide meaning to your epistemology of the thing's ontology. The ontology of the beaver in the box, absent the box being open, everything you're saying epistemically about it is null. You're really just confused by providing semantic content to the problem. But the problem, that's a problem itself. You should never confuse semantic content with epistemic content. And if you lack epistemic content, then that's your position. Your position should be that I lack epistemic content. You haven't actually provided anything to me. You've provided only semantic content. You've talked about the birds and the bees. Because you're just describing what's outside the box right now, where I'm asking you what's in the box. And you're saying, hey, do you see that tree over there outside the box? I'm like, yeah, I see that fucking tree. You see the ground the box is sitting on? Yeah, I see the box the ground is sitting on. I'm asking you what's in the box because you said you knew what was in the box. But then we could both see that the box is inaccessible. You can't see in the box. I can't see in the box. You've admitted you can't see in the box. But you keep wanting to talk about the thing in the box. So
no, I think it's more along saying that you can make a bit of an ignorant claim to saying that something in the box does exist. To say what that is in and of itself, no, like I wouldn't say that.
But you know that that's a non sequitur.
I wouldn't say that.
But you, from where you stand, you don't need to touch the box to know that the statement, whatever's in the box, is it's a non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow. Like if you say it's a beaver, even though there's a beaver in the box, like the meta conversation, we know it's a beaver in the box. If we're in the scenario where we haven't fucked with the box,
it's like saying is there
it's
an inside to the box anyway?
I'm just saying that the statement there's a beaver in the box is a non sequitur, even though in a meta world we know it's a beaver in the box. It's still a non sequitur to us in the scenario because we lack epistemic access. So it's going to be a non sequitur.
Yeah, so you've labeled that quite clearly in regards to like epistemic and then like semantic, so. I think in some way, like, I understand what you're saying. I don't know if it's going to give you any like it's clearly no benefit or value or something, but I think that's mostly what we have though. Is it's kind of the semantics in terms of that.
Where does semantics come from?
Like where does semantics come from? It comes from trying to add some order to something.
Well, it comes from us.
The underlying objective things are.
Well, I'm just saying it comes from us and our endeavor to understand both ourselves, each other, and then reality.
Yeah, it's a reflection. I don't know. When I mention that analytical idealism, it's meant to say that everything that exists is a reflection of a conscious system or something, and it's just the stable observation of the intelligent system behind that's made a decision or whatever. So yeah, I'm not really sure what to say there. To be fair, I do agree with you. So.
Well, I mean, you would just have to test what you agree with on simple like propositions, right? You'd have to go inside your own brain now and root around there, because it's my argument that this semantic information, this semantic content, comes from what I call an inculcative pathway of knowledge, meaning you've just been gaslit, right? You've been gaslit your whole life from childhood. Your parents did it to you. Their parents did it to them. Their parents did it to them. It's cultural telephone, right? Everything we think we know about God comes from an inculcative pathway of Chinese whispers, right?
Yeah, like this. It's like you say you have my philosophy, but you say it a bit more ordered, which is interesting. Yeah.
Well, I'm preaching Igtheism right now.
And I wouldn't even say philosophy in that sense. It's kind of just like an observation. But yeah.
Well, it's a linguistic philosophy called Igtheism.
Say atheism.
IG.
It's called Igtheism.
Yeah, IG. It's so one way to like think about it is when you're dealing with atheism and theism and the orbiting philosophies, the ontology that everybody's talking about in those conversations is God itself, this thing, right? The discussion is about whether it does exist or it doesn't exist. So it's this alleged thing with ontology. So unknown object X is the proposition. Unknown object X exists is what the theists are saying, and unknown object X doesn't exist is what the atheists are saying. And so the ontological reference there is this entity God. Whereas in Igtheism, the ontology that is being addressed is not God. The ontology is humans, their behaviors, and their proclivity to believe things. And how they linguistically represent those beliefs. So Igtheism is a linguistic philosophy.
Yeah.
It's not dealing with God's ontology. That's always prime. Like, I accept whatever my interlocutor tells me God is. Whatever you want to tell me God is, That's what I'll use as the definition for the conversation, because I personally don't have a definition for God's
Yeah, because you're going to have to
ontology.
work with someone else's definition to see if there's a conversation to be had in the first place.
Right. My definition for God is about human behavior. It's not about God's ontology. It's about monkey ontology. So it's a meaningless, incoherent sound people use to express their unwillingness to do a valid investigation about a natural phenomenon. That's what God means to me. It's a sound people make. It's like if you poke them and they go, ah, same thing. It's just they go God, right? It doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it's equivalent to the thing, right? What do you mean by And it's like, oh, now something touched me and went up my back. Oh, okay. So when they say God, you're basically saying, well, what do you mean by God? And then they give you some descriptor, and then now you may or may not understand that. But God is just a vacuous sound we make. It's not a category of things, right? Like if you think God is a category,
Actually, going to the Christian point there. Jesus Christ, you say God's a sound? No,
well, it's a sound people make. Like
Yeah, I was tying on the Yahweh thing. It's supposed to be like a breathing. It's a sound.
Well,
rather
no,
than a name.
Yahweh is not a sound people make. Yahweh is
You
a
know?
definition of a person. It's codified in the Bible. So you can learn about Yahweh beyond what some monkey tells you. Now, it is the case that monkeys wrote the book, right? But we have individual monkeys today that believe in Jesus, but it ain't the guy in the
More
book.
accurate to say primates, I think. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Well, all primates are monkeys.
Okay.
Have you heard of the law of monophyly?
No, I haven't actually. The thing is, what is just like Igtheism, yada yada yada. I think I did I used to make graphs on this sort of stuff. Like I called it subjective and objective Jimmy, pretty much. And it was I think it just walks down the Igtheism kind of point of view on people's perspective, their reflection of going through like an objective and subjective point of view of life when it comes to God and what it means for them and yada yada yada. Because you see a lot of people are quite like just in general, you think when people speak about God or these things, they speak about it in very different. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I think I agree with the point that you're making about the fundamental part of it before you get into the semantics. Like I think that's just the key part of every conversation. And a lot of the time when you say like any religion or a lot of religions or whatever someone's definition of God is, what's the word? It's like an objective truth claim to something, or they objectively claim that something through their subjective experience exists. And
well, subjective experience does exist. That's why I view subjectivity as a subset of objectivity. Like all of your opinions and preferences and all that are objective facts of my vantage. You're a monkey out there in space-time with those emotions, right? I can observe you having emotions and beliefs and dispositions. Like all of your preferences are objective facts of my reality because you're an mind-independent thing, right? It's not a mind thinking you up. You're not an idea. You're an actual thing. All of our minds are mind-independent things. See what I'm saying? Just because they are minds doesn't mean they're mind-dependent. Mind-dependent means imagination. So minds are not mind-dependent. They're objective facts of reality. Minds are functions of brains. Just like traveling is an objective fact of our reality that you can get in a car and travel. Well, you can get in your brain and travel. And traveling is the conscious experience. So the equivalent experience is traveling. So it exists as a function of the system.
Yeah, no, the basis of the claims you're mentioning, Taizen, are semantic at best, right?
I don't know.
Wait.
What?
Can you analyze that? Can you think about it for a second?
Wait, so my argument's a semantic at best?
No, I want you to actually apply what Anthony just said, like these past few minutes, against your analytic philosophy that you presented at the get-go.
I'm not going to lie, you threw a spanner in my works there.
Yeah, it sucks, don't it? That's Igtheism, dude. That's why it's called the conversation killer, but it's not. It's the conversation starter. Because now we can actually talk about proper ontology, right? What is a proper ontological referent in a God discussion? It's the behavior of your fellow monkey. It's what they're doing. Their opinions, dispositions that we can observe that exist out there in space-time, all their attitudes towards nonsense sometimes and not nonsense other times, right? It's a cacophony of noise and you've got to filter it out, right? Because there's a lot of bullshit going on. But, dude, there are morsels in there, right? There are things in there.
So like, yeah, of course, like that's something that like every individual to experience it in of themselves, right? When you go through life, you're gonna, especially if
No,
you're
that's not what I
throughout.
mean. I mean there are naturalistic pantheists in the group of God believers. There are animists in the group of God believers. There's shamanists in the group of God believers. Not all God believers believe in a monotheistic pedophile, right? Some people just believe Earth itself is God. So, well, all I'm saying is,
No, I was
when
talking
you
about the
zoom
reflection on, like, I was saying, like, the reflection on the human behavior in your internal world rather than the external, like, reference of
yeah,
the
and
semantic.
what is their behavior? Their behavior is
Yeah,
their
no, I was just going to say
proclivity to
something like
believe
how you're in the
things.
Red Book or something like that in terms of how he speaks about, like, more of your internal world or something. Because you're saying that, like, the God conversation, more of, like, the behavior of your fellow monkeys, right?
Yeah,
And I guess my
I'm,
arguments are semantic if you'd call them arguments,
so
Mogi,
I'm
I
saying
guess.
some of these people are pointing at things that are real. This is why atheism is invalid, because atheism's a proposition that says no gods. There are no gods. That's the proposition. But they know there are gods. That's the problem, is people have asserted things that are gods and they're real. So atheism is dead on arrival. And it's just because what they're referring to are the gods that abuse them. They're rejecting the gods that abuse them and failing to recognize that there's a bigger world out there with more than just those things as gods. So atheism is just lacks the
that's why, from your
sophistication
point
to
of view,
deal
like,
with the problem as the problem is presented.
yeah, you just think it's like fundamentally flawed. So it's wrong to think.
It's fundamentally incoherent. So any rejection to a fundamentally incoherent proposition is itself incoherent. You have no idea what you're objecting to, because the people you're objecting to are so disconnected and scattered in concept that you have no idea what a God is. And it's been so many different things. And on top of that,
that's the problem with divine revelation.
If you're a member of a server like this, I guarantee your atheist ass, if I'm speaking to an atheist or if they're listening, your atheist ass has been introduced to gods that exist. You just reject that they're gods on zero basis, zero foundation, that you have any epistemic tie to your knowledge of whether this thing that's being presented as real is or isn't a god. It's just this knee-jerk reaction. It's psychological. Atheists are in a psychological disposition towards somebody else's attitudes and beliefs.
Yeah, you fundamentally disagree with the way people approach the concept of God. And if you do, you'd flush it out.
It's a false dichotomy. Atheism, theism are not dichotomous at all.
It's a good place to start, though.
No, a good place to start is human behavioral dynamics and development. Inculcation, childhood inculcation. Chinese whisper.
Well, but that's like trying to explain, like, obviously you can understand why human beings do that or why we come to those conclusions, and then we why we do that. That's the better way to put it. But then that wouldn't
but it's
necessarily
putting the reins in your hand at that point. Once I teach
No,
you
but
that you are
that's very good.
inculcated,
No,
the reins are in your hands. You take that information
Yeah,
where
no,
you want to go.
absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. What I'm saying is, then I guess you can comment on it when I finish, right? Is that would be understanding human behavior through the lens of like the corruption of what's happened to human behavior, right? What would you say before that? Like before you learn about people being indoctrinated in certain types of things, man.
What do you
There's not
mean?
another word. Because you're talking about, you said you have a label for people being indoctrinated from like a young age, and the way they formulate information.
Yeah, it's inculcation.
Has turned it inculcation. You said C-U-L-cation. Inculcation.
Yeah, it's the process by which a human gets its culture. You're inculcated, so you're born inside of a culture. Like the culture's already been running. It's been going on. It's already warm. You know.
So when you say the God conversation is looking at human behavior, so before that you wouldn't even use the. So what's the placeholder there?
What do you mean? What's the placeholder?
Like it's meaningless for Igtheism. It's like meaningless like debate the concept of God, and then you say if you would speak about God.
It's not meaningless to debate the concept of God. You have to contextualize what God means.
Okay, sorry about that then. So before the inculcation, it's a wild word.
There is for you there is no before inculcation.
So you think there's nothing ticking around in there before people are subjective to their like environment? Because clearly there is. That's not.
Bro,
it's not actually a question.
I'm talking about from birth, from birth as a neonate. You are beginning the process of inculcation.
Yeah, and then you say you should look at God through the lens of inculcation, which means, you know, if whatever that process is going to be applied, you're going to look at God through that.
Yeah, through the inculcative lens. Yeah, because if we agree that God is entirely semantic, then the only place or origin that it has is in our minds. We develop it as a contextualization of our experience. And I'm saying it is codified by the familial unit, the culture. The culture enforces beliefs and attitudes towards these entities. If you're born in the United States, chances are you're a Christian. If you're born in India, the chances are you're a Hindi. We've known that for a long fucking time, that region strongly interfaces with your beliefs. Now, it's not the end all be all. There are, you know, people for whatever reasons switch to faith. It doesn't land on some, but that's a good generalization that wherever you're born, you're going to have that culture. Because that's what happens. You're born basically a blank slate, almost, not completely, but you know, you're basically a blank slate. You're we'll say given to parents, right? You come out of a particular vagina and you have particular parents, and those particular parents have particular beliefs, and they immediately start saturating your environment with their beliefs. They've already done it. You were born into an environment they have already saturated with beliefs. You're just born, you're expected to, you know, you're just dropped in it, right? Like Christianity's thousands of years old. So if you're born today, you're born thousands of years after the fact with thousands of years of inculcative history and evolution from one family unit to the next. Now, keep in mind, they all go to churches and stuff, so they have a sort of genetic drift and a gene flow that goes on, but the variations of, well, Jesus means this to me, that's the genetic drift, but the gene flow is, well, I learned from church, right, because church is bringing it back together. And then we have our ideas and expand, and then church is there to reinforce it. It's the dogmatic approach. You're teaching a dogma, and it's not necessarily bad. That's just how we learn. We've structured K through 12 after the inculcative process that nerds have analyzed human growth and development and have broken it up into stages, and each of the K through 12 is a corresponding age group of information taught to a monkey at the appropriate age of psychological development.
Yeah. No, I'm laughing, dude. That was good. Yeah.
And so all I'm saying as an extension to all this shit, every question you have about God comes from that inculcative pathway. So you just it's not to say that it's wrong. It's just to say that it's not epistemically viable, right? You can't use that information to say, well, if not my inculcative pathway, then how this ontology? That's a category error. Dude, how the ontology is a valid question. But to contextualize how the ontology, absent the thing that has nothing to do with ontology, is like, what are you even asking? How about I just explain the ontology, not tethered to the absence of what you're saying, that you only are saying it because mom told you, right? It's not because you went out there and saw something. It's because great-great-grandpappy saw something in the field and it jiggled weird. And he told his son, and it just passed on to the legend of don't go out to the distant field.
Yeah, that's hilarious. That's very, yeah. You're cooking, bro. What can I say?
Well, no, it's just Igtheism.
Yeah, no, but that used to be taboo for a very long time. If I spoke to someone who was maybe born in the 80s or 70s, actually not 80s actually, but definitely 50s, 60s, and 70s or something, that would have been like the most blasphemous point of view to ever have.
Well, I am a child of the 80s.
Yeah, man, you were just on the upper curve, man, to escape that little dynamic. But yeah, no, I understand it. You see a lot of people like edge more towards that perspective. Definitely generational wise.
I've been trying to brainwash people into Igtheism for a long time now.
Not really brainwashing, to be fair. It's kind of unbrainwashing. It's like me throwing a hot towel at you and saying, wash yourself, mate.
Yeah, but from their perspective, it's brainwashing. You got to remember the people I talk to.
Yeah, but that's the problem. That's the big problem. I think that's the problem with a load of things, pretty much. So it's I don't know. Like, from my perspective, not to be like ooky spooky, but I think that's like a very big issue that we don't acknowledge as people in general. That's just my opinion.
Well, because it makes it visceral. People that I talk to have kids, and they start realizing that they're gaslighting their children.
That one right there is dark, you know. You know, people start realizing that. Sorry, I can't get into like personal stuff. But people start to realize, like, you know, it just depends on what your perspective and how you think about things. God forbid you be 10 years and indoctrinating your kids, and then you're like, ew, that's not what I got. But deconstructs what their comfort is anyway. So.
Would it be like important to somewhat indoctrinate your kids so they could fit into said culture, though? Like, in a way,
Well,
like it's kind
that's
of a good
the
thing.
natural process. Yeah, that's why I say it's
Okay.
not always bad. We were
Yeah.
talking
No,
about
I'm
this
just
the other
agreeing
day.
with you, yeah.
Like, if a Muslim, you know, think about it from, like, say you grew up in like a very Islamically controlled country, right, where they will literally chop your fucking head off. You should be inculcating your child into Islam, and you should make that the best little Muslim until you can get out of there. The best thing you can do is teach them to acclimate.
See, that's like the net positive for it, right? Well, obviously that means there's loads of people who are going to fall through the cracks in that kind of dynamic then, and there's going to be the negatives of that kind of situation. You know?
Well, that's what happens. It's reality. Look at the Mormon Church in the United States. We have
Dark.
our own example.
It's dark.
Do you think there's like any like actual like religion believers that have true faith that weren't just indoctrined and feared of being like an outcast to their family and culture? Or
Not
you, like,
exactly, because it's so
Not really.
saturated, right? Even if it's not, because people do that with me all the time. They'll be like, well, my parents were atheists. When I say inculcated and I talk about the familial unit, I'm talking about those closest to you that had access to you, not just your parents, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, if you're born in a society like the United States, there's nothing you can do. Everywhere you fucking go, it's on your money. There's no getting away from it.
Yeah.
Even if
It's
you're
the
in a
societal
highly
brainwash, it's
atheistic
not the
country,
personal
right? If you're born in like Sweden or some shit, or Norway, as a Norwegian, they might have a sense of cultural pride in their lack of religiosity. So even when they're not religious, they would be like, look at how us secular people run a good ass country, right? They would use it as secular pride. So they're still defining themselves by the theists that surround them. So I think this problem's going to be here for a while, because it's just part of the natural course of human experience that we ask questions, and now we're saturated by people who think they have answers and they love to share it.
Well, then that's where like science enters, you know. Pretty much. That's where like
one of the greatest philosophies ever invented.
that's why I mentioned analytical idealism at the beginning, by the way, because it's more of like a scientific approach to if there was a context for God. To a degree.
No, see, that you got to detether yourself from that kind of language, because there are gods that exist and they have been proven as such.
No, I was saying it'd be like a scientific example of like something with a higher order than what we operate off in like a little 3D environment or something.
See, a scientific approach would emphasize the gods that exist, because those are the ones that fall within its paradigm of observation.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it would just make that the higher objective truth, and all the other ones that do exist are also just lesser truths, if you want to put it on a scale or something. Like everything that does exist is, you know, like it's not like one thing is an objective truth. Anything that does exist has a truth to it because it exists.
No, that's
simply
incoherent,
because,
dude. You're getting into PSR bullshit right there.
Yeah, but that's what I don't know what PSR is. My bad.
Principle of sufficient reason. Reality doesn't function on reason. We apply reason in our brains to understand how reality is working. Again, operation backwards.
Guess I've got some work to do, mate.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the first thing I tell people that start thinking they understand atheism is turn it on yourself. Cannibalize your own fucking brain. Because you have full, unfettered access to everything you think is true. Start applying the methodology and trace each thing you got going on in your brain back to its origin point. If you can't substantiate it, get the fuck rid of it. Hit delete. You don't need it. It's some shit. It's like you like learning how to wipe your ass or something. Like, you don't need that information anymore. You locked that in before you even knew you existed. So it's just
Wait,
muscle
wait,
memory.
I don't. What did you mean? What is just to help me out here? You said something about like reason is the fundamental something. What?
So the PSR talks about how reason is a primary function or operation of the universe. That everything has to be explained. There needs to be reason to it, which is just an appeal to telos. No, you don't have to. Nothing needs to be explained. We are brains that evolved to figure shit out. So that's what we're doing. We're just making up explanations. The truth is not out there. Truth is a relationship between a proposition and what's out there.
Yeah, no, I don't think everything has to be explained. I think things can be explained, or there are explanations for things within.
Right.
So like we make our own truths, or is what that kind of boils down to?
No, truth is a relationship. So truth is made of two things. Two distinct things make a truth, which is a statement, which is what I'm doing right now, making words and sounds and shit, and a state of affairs. So if I say it's hot, it is hot. That is a statement. It's hot. Well, I'm looking at 98 degrees Fahrenheit on my fucking computer, right? So there is a state of affairs. So outside these walls, it is sweltering, right? So when I say it's hot, in reference to the state of affairs, anybody here would be like, yeah, it's hot, right? The statement is true. It reflects accurately the state of affairs. Absent the state of affairs, there's no truth, because truth can't exist just in the statement. It needs to be compared to what the statement is referencing. And if it's accurate, if it properly represents the state of affairs, it's considered to be true, and its, inverse is considered to be false.
So if I just said that's just relative, is that it's like relative, like truth. It's true relative to you.
To the claim in the state of affairs, I guess.
Yeah, right.
To that. So it's like, you could say temporally relative. Like right now, I'm talking on the microphone, but that statement's not going to be true in about 1 second.
Yeah, no, you're cooking, bro. Leap ball knowledge. What can I say? Yeah. So that doesn't just end up meaning that you get to just make truths and make them be true because they have to be like relative to something that's like consistent.
Well, I mean, you're being a little hyperbolic with that. You can't make truths, because we do. That's what we do. We make truths by utterances being propositional, and we deducing that the proposition is true. We made that up in our monkey brains. It's all in monkey. Everything I've been saying is equivalent to ooh, ooh, ah, ah. You just understand all the different oohs and ahs that I'm using. That's why I'm saying semantic representation is never going to be good enough to explain reality, because our semantics are symbols. They don't even mean the thing we're talking about. They're just symbols. Word is a symbol for the definition and meaning of word. Word doesn't mean word, though. Right? That's what we have dictionaries for, so that we can know the meaning of the word.
I need to do some psychedelics and just listen to this for like at least 2 hours. Okay. After all. Have you done psychedelics before? Is that like a taboo question?
Are you asking me if I've done psychedelics? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I was asking in general, but then I was just, I thought I disconnected or something.
I don't think psychedelics help, though, dude. Psychedelics make you stupid, not smart.
I think your reference points in doing psychedelics could be very interesting in terms of the experience. That's why it really, to be fair.
I mean, you could get a lot of creativity. I'm not saying that they don't make you creative. They certainly make you creative, but they don't make you intelligent.
I was saying you specifically. I wasn't, not about like when I asked, I said like you specifically, right? Because
well, I'm saying everyone that's ever done psychedelics, they ain't never gotten smarter.
You have to be able to identify and like use social constructs in order to know whether you need to discard them. You don't have that ability under hallucinogenics.
When you start doing psychedelics, all you do is start believing in your own fucking bullshit that you start whiffing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I ain't saying
don't
do psychedelics.
Calm down. No.
I'm saying don't play bumper cars to learn how to drive, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was just, that's like...
I've done a lot of drugs, dude. Trust me. I've done all the psychedelics. I love that.
I think I was just saying you specifically. I think it would have been interesting to find out what your personal take is on trying psychedelics, you know, outside of just the funsy stuff. And you don't have to then start making claims about some hyper spirituality.
I never did
They increase-
psychedelics for that. I just did it for fun.
Okay,
they
good stuff.
increase neuroplasticity, so it's like, yeah, it does make you more creative. Like it helps you
Sure.
fucking think in new ways. And creativity can be seen as intelligence if, like, you're already kind of smart, right? If you're already kind of smart, and like psychedelics give you a better perspective for you to think about the thing that you've been thinking about, yeah, it can change you in that way, but it doesn't like.
I absolutely do not disagree that there is value to doing drugs. There's definitely value. But here's what I'm trying to say is, like, if you look up any scientific research paper, the conclusion section is not going to say, and because I did all these drugs, I was able to derive these truths. Right? That's
Listen,
never going to be
it's just an added benefit. It's just, for some reason, turns out there are psychedelics, and sometimes you could use them for some type of yada yada yada. Especially what you're saying, you should do that in a sober mind and understand everything fundamentally first. All the other stuff, I agree with that as well. You can't be like, you should learn how to drive. You know what I mean? It's like hop, skip, and a jump kind of thing. You can't run before you can walk. Like, I agree with that.
Yeah, Singer, hey, you're beating the shit out of your microphone, and I'm recording on YouTube. Please take care of your microphone. Singer Soul saying there's like 4 churches right outside my house. Yeah, case in point. It's like you're not gonna get away from it. You'd have to go to your own fucking island or some shit. Wit, you're hot micing, man. Yeah, I think atheists and theists are just wasting time quibbling over God's ontology when they could be better spent quibbling over the ontology of the monkey and why they believe in stupid shit they can't prove.
That is actually amazing. That is, because the conclusion of some very serious, to agree, can be quite like serious. It's like, well, yeah, just think you guys are stupid and you could use your resources better over here, but you're just in a cult at the minute.
At the end of the day, do you think that they're just doing that because they're able to like realize like I guess how insignificant their life is, so they're trying to find more of a purpose that way?
Well,
It's
but
more
your
of
life
like a
is
shortcut.
made insignificant by the religion. Like, dude, in Christianity, what we tell children as soon as they can cognize information is that they're valueless pieces of horseshit that serve only as a function to be tormented by fucking demons because you're just a vile, in your nature piece of shit. Oh, and let me mutilate your dick. That's what we tell children in my country. All parents, they'll look at their fucking children in their eye and say, you see that guy on the wall? He's the only reason you fucking matter. You're dog shit, deserving of nothing but torture. Absent that guy, you'll never fucking meet. That's what they'll tell their own children, bro.
And you should kill your dreams, because this life isn't the one that you should be aiming for.
Yeah. You know, from like day one, you're told that having any pride in yourself is demonic sin shit, right? All the stuff that's natural that you'll be thinking about as a kid anyway, as you develop into a man, all that makes you a demonic piece of shit, right? That's, you tell me, does that sound healthy to you? I would never tell my child that they lack value and they should be tortured for their mere existence. But that's what Christians say to their own children with a smile on their face.
They'll tell other people's children that, dude, without even questioning it. Just be like passing it to people that don't even have any involvement.
Yep.
Yeah, they will. You're right. They'll walk up to other people's kids and be like, yeah, did you know that you're a sinner and you're a horrible piece of shit? And the only reason that you're not a piece of shit is because some guy went and tied himself to, or let the Romans tie him to a cross. Sorry, nail him to a cross.
None of that happened anyways. It's all fucking bullshit. Well, they definitely nailed people. Sorry to that. They nailed people to crosses for sure.
Yeah, I just can't see how that promotes any kind of psychological well-being or stability in a person's life by starting their journey with those kinds of sick fucking beliefs. I don't, you know, beyond being a ground monkey, I don't know what the fuck reality's all about. And I, sitting here, couldn't justify telling a kid that shit. I don't see what the holdup is for my fellow man. It's like, it really is on us to fucking stop the nonsense. And until we can fucking even see the nonsense, there's nothing to stop. So you just got to plant those memes, get them in people's brains and get them thinking about it. You don't get, they don't got to agree with you. You just got to fucking moralize it. These people were like, their whole position is one big fucking appeal to emotion. They have no fucking reason or right to be talking logic at all about criticizing anybody else's fucking worldview. If your worldview is founded on magic, shut your bitch fucking mouth. You don't get to philosophize. That's my philosophy on it. Like, I will not engage in a conversation where my interlocutor starts appealing to magic. It's fuck you at that point, right? Because you'll just magic any fucking answer at that point. I'm not wasting my time on a fucking mental invalid here. There's people that could actually be helped, people that aren't that fucking lost, and you can just fucking help those people. Let the toxic fucking bullshit just fester in its own fucking saturated fucking nonsense. Like, it's just disgusting. Like, if this world can't see what they're doing to their children, it's fucking crazy, right? Like, this is why I'm an ethical misanthrope. When I look at how my own species treats its own fucking children, it's like, yeah, what's the like?
What do you think about the idea that some people need a high level of leadership in their life, or they kind of go off the rails, and the leadership in the form of a religion is the best we got right now? Because I've heard that before, where they're like, yeah, some people need religion because they're pieces of shit.
Well, the sheep.
Like, what does that even mean? They just need religion. No, they need good coping mechanisms, right? You definitely need good coping mechanisms to get through life, because life is a motherfucker, right? So all they're trying to do is hijack the whole concept of coping mechanism. But the problem with that is, as I've already stipulated here, a lot of what they need coping mechanisms for is to trash they fill their own brains with. So if they stop doing that, you don't need so much coping mechanism. Now, when it comes to your own mortality, sure, you may need a coping mechanism to deal with the fact that you're mortal and you're going to die. That sucks. People need a coping mechanism for that. But these religions don't offer coping mechanisms there. They make the problem way fucking worse than it is, and then offer some bullshit solution. Hey man, you're hot micing. You got it. Thanks. Right? They offer you the poison and the cure. The old adage. So no, people need good coping mechanisms, and religion is not a coping mechanism. It's fucking heroin, right? You think methamphetamine is a coping mechanism? Well, I mean, it is for addicts. It's definitely a coping mechanism. But it's just to say that not all coping mechanisms are good coping mechanisms. There's some bad ones. Heroin addiction is a bad coping mechanism for, say childhood trauma, right? Getting injected on fucking heroin every goddamn day is a bad coping mechanism. It may make you feel incredibly good, which is the alert, but it's a bad coping mechanism. So just because you get elated because you didn't get bit by that snake that you were playing with in church doesn't mean that you should have been handling a fucking poisonous snake. There's other ways to get elated. Okay, you don't need to do that. Try masturbation. Oh, that's right. That makes you a fucking demon. Try literally any. Oh, that's right. You want pleasure, so you're selfish. Oh, you looked in the mirror, therefore you have pride. They shut down every cognitive pathway for pleasure in some of these fucking religions, except for the sanctioned, approved one, which is deep-throating Jesus dick or something like that. This is approved activity to get all your pleasure. So what do people do? They gurgle on that motherfucker, right? Because it's all they're allowed to fucking do. And then they brainwash their fucking children to do it, and it's vile. It's disgusting. People should stop doing it. So you got to moralize it for these people, because their brains function that way. That's it. They're like emotionally driven people that have been inculcated to not think by structured religions that have been around for thousands of years and have been honed as a process to ensure obedience, servitude, passivity, piety, toxicity, fucking death, right? How many times these savages, when they were in control, wiped out whole fucking civilizations. I mean, this book, some of these books, like the Christian book, literally promotes going into a village, having sex with their prostitutes. Then, when God gets butthurt, being sent back to kill literal fucking babies because you had sex with prostitutes. They want that story in every school in my country. These vile people want that information. They want little children exposed to that information. They want to teach all of our kids that it's okay to commit genocide on a whole fucking nation of people as long as they were having sex with prostitutes. As long as your own army was having sex with their prostitutes. And then you get to have eternal sex with a child. Well, I mean, they're going to grow up, but that's how you get a child concubine. That information is what they want to expose children to in schools. That's in the Bible right there. That. And they don't want Timmy learning about, John and Alex holding hands. That's just too much for our children at schools because it promotes two dudes holding hands or something, right? But teaching a child no self-control, sexual promiscuity, genocide, infanticide, and child sexual slavery. Yep, those are all Christian-approved top. Can you not see like the level of gaslighting it takes to get a human being to do this? It's crazy. These people are psychotically deluded, to epic levels. Like if they're hearing me right now, hearing my vitriolic attitude towards pedophilic material, they'll get mad at me for it. They'll I don't know how many times I've had a Christian interact and I've told them, hey, your source material promotes all this shit. They get mad at me for hating pedophiles, but they're the people that are good Christians or whatever. It's weird. It's so fucking weird. That's just the world we live in, though.
Yeah, don't you think though that these kinds of people would find another medium to push this terrible behavior and make excuses for themselves, though, if it wasn't religion?
No, you raise them properly. Are you a psychotically crazed individual?
No, I mean the people running the institution, the institutionalized religion, is what I'm saying. Don't you think they would just find another way to gaslight people into believing stupid shit and following them and letting their kids be preyed upon by, these terrible people?
If you don't care and you don't want to fight the good fight, that's fine, man. But you're not going to discourage me on what if scenarios where they'll just keep manipulating. Because all I could say is I'll keep pushing their fucking shit in their fucking assholes until they vomit that shit out everywhere they fucking go. Right? That would be my only response to that. Is I'm not just mad at the manipulation happening over here. It's literally anywhere. So I don't care where they're doing it or how they're doing it. I think it needs to be addressed. So I don't understand your defeatist attitude, man. If you want to do that, by all means, step aside, bro. You could just be like, oh, it's too big of a problem. There's too many assholes. Is that what Jesus said? When Jesus was on the mount, is that what he said? Did he say, hey, look, guys, let's just give up. There's more of them than us. No, that's not what Jesus said. He said, look, let's just get our slaves, beat them some. Just don't hurt them too bad. And, we'll have them carry our shit, because fuck them. We took them from the lands around us. That's what Jesus said on, Sermon on the Mount.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning a little bit defeatist, but I don't think I'm completely defeatist. I do think that, it's just, it is. You got to fight the good fight, and it's not just religion, though. You're right. But it's like a never-ending battle is kind of what I'm saying. And that's frustrating to me.
Yeah. It seems that way, huh? We got rights, dude. There's a constitution. There's several constitutions in this world. There's many different documents that offer a new sense of liberty for humans in many different ways. Different countries have different concepts of human rights and liberty and shit like that. This is not something we had 2,000 years ago. This did not exist, and because of a lot of people dying and having shitty lives and everything sucking ass, we have a constitution. So It's not like we can't sit here and say that there's not evidence of progress. There's definitely evidence of progress. I think what you got to do is take it in small chunks. Like, be realistic about the type of change you think you're going to affect in the world, and be more realistic about your expectations. Like, personally, I don't expect to change the fucking world. I just want to inculcate a few minds out there that'll then spread the memes, dude. This is going to be a multi-generational problem for hundreds of generations. We're going to be stuck on this shit, man. But, you know, the more widespread education becomes, the better it gets. I mean, I know the shit looks dire right now. And it could, you know, be the end. Who fucking knows? These fucking religious people are absolutely psychotic. So, could be, but, you know, the history tells the tale that, you know, it ebbs and flows. You know, people always try to take the reins of power, and the people have historically kept stepping up to take those reins back, and it just keeps doing that. So I think, you know, in maybe 100 generations we could revisit the question, and I think future nerds will be better off. It'll still be a problem, you know, that you're never gonna like completely get rid of any of this shit, I don't think, but you shouldn't set that as the goal. Just try to make it you know, safer, you know, put more padding up. But I mean, if they want to make a deal, I'll shut up if they shut up. I think that's fair. Like, if they take down all their churches and keep that shit to themselves, I think you know, we could all just kind of coexist.
That would be amazing. I don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime.
Oh no, of course not. Hell no. We're all going to be dead, and this world's still going to be just as dog shit as it is right now, and almost immeasurably not better. Hell, we might even die and it gets worse. It's so far true in my life. Like, the Constitution I was born under is not the Constitution I'm under today. It's been changed. Thanks, 9/11. Can't wait to see what we get out of Iran. Hopefully it's like mass surveillance, or, you know, what they really need to do is get rid of like the 4th and 5th Amendments. Those are kind of useless in a police state, so I don't see why we would even fuck around with those anymore.
I saw somebody today talking about how they don't think the the flock cameras that they're putting up everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, he was saying that he doesn't think that the flock cameras are to create a surveillance state, because he thinks that they already have that with cell phones in everybody's hands, cameras all over the place in every other way. The flock cameras are so they can watch us like some fucking godforsaken TV show, and just watch us all fight over the stupidest shit while they sit in their bunkers, waiting out the storm or the war or whatever it is they call it.
I mean, it's a cool conspiracy theory. Hang on, I gotta change the battery in my headset.
Yeah, I don't think he's 100% serious, but just the vibe of like, oh yeah, we're putting these cameras up not to like survey you. We can see you other ways, but this is for entertainment. This is the high definition that we're going to stream to our TVs and laugh at you as you all kill each other.
Hello?
Prove it.
Yeah, fuck you.
Wow.
Yeah, that was definitely a wow. I should be in bed, but I ordered pizza, so fuck it.
Dude, I'm rewatching the Jubilee with Jordan Peterson. Somebody brought it up, and I just love how it like scattered through his total commentary are these like morsels of lucidity that like bring it back and shit, dude. But he's so far like derails from coherence. But then he like drops in this thing that's like, yeah, I'm still sane. Yeah, I'm still here.
Wasn't that like a few weeks before he got admitted?
Not sure about the timeline, but probably.
It's just I want to feel pity for the mental illness, but the amount that he's monetized it and used it to give people an excuse to like not use their brains and actually engage in the discipline that he represents.
Well,
I
mean,
feel
that's
immense
true.
disrespect.
I just meant it in the normal Jordan Peterson, where he always does this. Like, scattered throughout what he says, if you like listen, he has these like moments where what he's saying is making sense. It's like, yeah, that's, and then it's just like, oh shit. You know, he immediately like loses it. But I just meant in a general philosophical form, not necessarily his actual issues. But it's true about that too, especially if he monetizes the shit. It's crazy.
Well, it makes a lot of sense, and I think the critiques are rather valid from his former peers at university, which was that he would like progressively get more and more, just gravitate more and more towards conjecture. And it seems like the memetics, the rhetorical memetics that he has, in order to make the courses he was teaching more palatable, he would lean on too hard.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to take. I couldn't make it through a class, but it would be interesting to sit through them just to see how he interfaces that way.
His lectures are online.
Might have to watch it.
Yeah, there's one about the freaking lobsters or some shit that he talks about for like how to have a marriage relationship based off of lobsters.
Because it's like, as much as everybody likes to shit on Jordan Peterson, the reason he's in the public arena is because he does somewhat make sense. But I think, like I said, the problem is the somewhat. It's that for wherever he does make sense, he connects it to like a bunch of like woo language that doesn't make any sense. It's just like, what are you fucking doing? I think it's also that I just really love how he starts this Jubilee off as an atheist. Like, you can hear it. It's totally atheistic argument. Like when he's shitting on atheists, that they don't know what they reject, if they don't know what they believe they don't know what they reject, they don't understand it. It's funny watching them like try to get around that claim. But yeah, obviously Jordan Peterson doesn't defend it very well, but like I said, he knows enough about philosophy to say shit like that, but he just gets so esoteric. Can't really track his real point. Not that he actually has a real point, just saying, you know. All right, Squiggle Man, prove it. Oh, it's an initiate.
They're the worst.
Dude, I mean, have you ever seen one? Oh God.
Glad I was born a legend. Well, I don't know.
Probably be fun to be on Jubilee if they didn't censor me or something. That'd be cool. I'm not good with like live debates and shit like that though. I don't like the public eye.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan myself.
I guess if I would probably do fine on Jubilee if I had some practice, you know. But yeah, I've never done public speaking and shit like that, so I already know that I'd just start getting kind of overwhelmed by the environment, plus my antisocial behavior. If there's like a whole bunch of eyeballs on me, it just makes it worse.
Somebody probably come in with a chip on their shoulder and want to trigger you, so I just...
Well, then I would fall right into my form once I get triggered. So, I mean, that'd be the best thing for me is if somebody triggered me. So. But my fear would be that all of my training would kick in and I would be like on best behavior and thus not be able to think. But yeah, if I got triggered, that's all I would need. Somebody to say one stupid fucking thing. So that I just fucking narrow in on one thing that I just forget about. Like, yeah, that's what I'd need to do.
Yeah. Who's saying God isn't real?
Hi.
Well, we're saying you can't prove it.
Well, there we
Also
go.
that.
Gospel of Mark, chapter 14, verses 51 to 52.
Are you
And a
pointing
young
a
man
story in a
followed
book?
him. And a young man followed him. It's, right, come on.
Right, so the question...
What about Malachi chapter 2 verse 3? It counters that point.
It's not a story.
Are you
it's
aware of
history.
Malachi? Are you aware of Malachi?
Let me tell you something real quick. The Bible is more.
Hey, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It works by answering questions too. So you don't just get to preach. You got to answer questions. You ever heard of Malachi?
Yeah, I've heard of Malachi. The tribe of
chapter
Malachi,
2,
right?
chapter 2, verse 3.
Malachi, chapter 3, verse
Yeah, behold,
What,
I will
chapter
fonder your testicles and smear animal poop on your face, and someone will take you away with it. That's your God preaching about his animal poop fetish, smearing it
Chapter
on
2, verse 3.
Yeah, 2-3. That's your God
Yeah, you know-
professing his animal poop fetish and how he loves to smear it on people's faces, bro. Is that
You know
what you
God
like?
didn't write the Bible, right?
Is that what you like? Is that what you worship? You worship a fucking deity that runs around smearing animal poop on people's faces while grabbing their testicles? Is that what you like? You sick fuck? How would you like if I did that to you? I walked up, grabbed your testicles in one hand, grabbed them, and did something to them to make you not be able to bear children, like have children. And I did it while smearing animal shit in your face. Would you say, oh, wow, what a divine act, this guy.
You know
with
what I
his
would say?
Smearing animal shit on my face. Oh, it's so pious.
You know what I would say?
Well, what was that? What
I would
you
say, act as if reality is indifferent. Humans are unreliable and care is still your responsibility. Do you know what that doctrine is? That doctrine is communism.
Okay. Well, is there a problem with communism?
Kind of not interested, Steven. Like, we're just here to talk at people.
Moron. Come to me with your poop fetish. It's disgusting.
And then the best he had was calling you a commie. I mean, that was great. The Lord's failed you, you fucking commie.
Sell all your shit and follow me. Said every communist everywhere, including Jesus Christ.
Yo.
You prove it?
Can you prove it?
No.
Then we win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Ankles shattered.
I guess so, bro. Yeah.
Why can't you prove it?
I just can't.
What did you consider?
That he might not be real. God might not be legit. I don't know.
Are you gonna have like give receipts?
I've never looked for him.
Like, could you itemize it for me, like the work you did?
I tried looking for him, but I couldn't find him. So I don't think he is.
What did you look for?
I looked for God.
Like, what? Like, where were you looking, and what were you looking for there?
God isn't
specifically?
real. Prove me wrong. Oh, is there a debate happening?
I don't know. Like, there's loads of videos and stuff like that, and I tried to find God. I just couldn't do it. Like, I was like, I got a Bible for like.
Is there a property of God that you were looking for in particular, like an effect?
Yeah. Like, I was just trying to like force a connection that just wasn't there. You know, like because
All right.
everyone else was doing
So
it.
this
So I
is
was
your
like,
chance to stop jerking the chain.
what do you mean?
This is you wasting that chance.
Wait, so do you want me to try it again, or?
Dead of the brain.
Greetings, people.
Greetings. Do you believe a God exists in reality?
Yes.
Can you present said God?
No.
And by present, I mean like present an argument such that a reasonable interlocutor would accept it. Still same answer?
No, sorry, I have bad internet.
So when I said present, I meant present an argument such that a reasonable interlocutor would accept it. Is true.
Yes, true.
So you have such an argument?
Yes. The argument I'm going to speak. Do you think it's right to clone humans and harvest their organs to sell it?
Why would you clone the human rather than just the organs?
Oh yes, that. There's two types of cloning the organs and cloning the humans. I think to take the bones, or I don't know. People say that on the future, it's gonna be a profit.
No,
Like
we already do
organs
that now. We
harvesting.
do that today. We clone people's organs.
Oh, is
So,
that
like, if you get sick,
actually working?
there's a place you can go to, and they will print a new version of your organ.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. Good.
So the question is, why? When we can do that? So
I
the
think
answer
to
is no.
save life,
I wouldn't
but
do
the
that
thing
because
is,
we have better solutions.
yeah, that depends because if overpopulation of Earth is going to be like maybe billions or 10 billions in the future, 20, I think that's going to be like a huge profit for corporations. I believe on the future, governments will not rule, like mega corporations will rule like the world, all the stuff.
I mean, what's the difference between a mega corporation and a country?
Mega corporations have more power outside the Earth, so I think on the far future we're gonna have colonies of Earth, Mars.
Oh no, I mean, what's
all
the
those types.
difference? No, I mean, functionally, what's the difference between a country and a
They have their
corporation?
own. I mean, they don't operate with certain laws. I mean, they cannot like rogue, basically. They
Right?
can
Do
do
you think
whatever
the
they want.
country of Russia operates within international laws?
No, they don't.
Yeah,
They don't care.
they don't
They're only
care.
interested in their
Yeah,
own opinions.
so it sounds
Yes,
sounds
but
just
in
like
the
a corporation.
yeah, it could be in the future that some corporation might take over Russia or different corporations.
Well, it just sounds like the same behavior, like the country of Russia and HSBC.
Yes, exactly.
So what does that have to do with the God existing in reality?
Nothing.
Well, I was asking for an argument for a God existing in reality.
In system reality. So you say God believing in reality. I mean, I think the human mind, or us humans, we don't. I think it's a metaphor of folk, about angels and demons. So humans represent all of those. So we think something that God, ain't real, but in reality, we are the. I mean, basically, we can build and destruction, same as God. God can build and God can destroy everything. So basically, as more technologically we advance, we might be gods, or we believe that we are gods right now by creating life and destroying life.
I want to accuse you of a false equivalence between form and essence.
Form and essence. Okay.
Consider an example of a potter making a dinner plate from clay. This clay to that, like no stuff to stuff. That's a very different relationship. Would you agree?
Yes, because metaphorically is not physically. Oh, so you mean like
and so when you said man creates and destroys and God creates and destroys, those are very different senses that you were just saying create, right? Like form and essence? One is form and the other essence? Why would you say these are the same relationship? That sounds very inappropriate.
I mean, that's not sounding appropriate. That's what I think.
Well, tell me, what did you observe in reality to observe or I guess to indicate the creation or destruction of essence? Because I've only seen the creation and destruction of form.
Yes, on the essence, I never have the opportunity or nothing to see or believe. That's personal opinions.
Then why would you?
I mean,
why do you believe that's a thing?
No, did I say that? No, I was trying to explain the.
Oh shit, Mogi! I think I finally got to that video you wanted me to pay attention to. That one conversation we had with that one guy.
Oh, the gaslighting timestamps? It's not important.
I think so, yeah. I think I finally got to it. Dude, I forgot he called us inbred before he left. Alright, Key, did you bring it? Key?
Yo.
Did you bring it? Are you ready?
Bro, what?
Prove the God thing.
What God thing?
Wait, are you saying you can't prove it because you don't know what I'm even talking about?
Nah.
No, you can't prove it?
Can't prove what?
The God thing.
What God thing, man?
You pick, man. Floor is yours. All right, I'm going to take your inability to start proving it as an exemplar that you can't prove it. I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Oh.
I wonder if side chat's true.
That sounds on brand. That was definitely the reason he dropped the deposition he had against. Well, he was about to have a deposition against Michael Cohen, because he filed like $100 million lawsuit or something like that against him. And yeah, as soon as it got to deposition, he's like, "Oh, never mind." So this is maximum on brand. But for something like this, we could usually just look at the docket.
Can't believe they blew our fucking arsenal of fucking anti-missile missiles. All for a fucking publicity war. Well, I can't say that. Publicity war.
Yeah, the non-party Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust has filed an emergency motion to stay the discovery order. Motion denied. Yeah, denied without prejudice. There's no order.
All right, Shade, let's go. Did you bring it?
Say what now?
Can you prove the God thing?
I don't believe in God.
So it'd stand to reason that you can't prove it?
Yeah, I think it's an unfalsifiable claim.
Well, then I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Okay.
Now, why can't you prove it? Like, why do you think it's unfalsifiable?
What does this have? I'm on your side, dude. I agree that God doesn't exist.
Bro, I'm not on that side, man. Why are you gaslighting me? Is that what you do? You just go around gaslighting strangers? Positions they don't hold?
Well, you asked me to prove God, didn't you?
It's a question.
So I'm assuming that you're on the opposing side, like...
What?
I don't know what's going on here. I just kind of like joined in and then...
Right. I could be a Catholic.
You're Catholic?
I could be. Testing your ability.
Cool.
Whether you could prove it or not. Doesn't matter. Whether I'm an atheist, a Catholic.
Cool. I don't think that God can be proven right or wrong.
Yeah, but we're already past
concept
that. The debate was over, man. You conceded immediately. You can't prove it, dude.
Yeah.
Question, Shade.
I never claimed to be able to.
Is Harry Potter non-falsifiable?
Like Harry Potter specifically? That's actually a good question. So I would argue that yes, or no, that he isn't unfalsifiable, but the idea of a, let's say, like a wizard would be. Because if we're talking like specific God concepts, yes, I think that specific God concepts can be proven wrong. But when we just say like God in general without actually like adding any more specifics to that, no, because the God concept is constantly changing depending on where you are. What qualifies a God changes. So that's why I say
different? What's different here between the two?
Clarify.
The difference between Harry Potter and the God.
Yeah, so Harry Potter is going to be like a far more specific claim than like a God existing is, because the difference I see is like one does have like very stringent qualifiers, the other doesn't. There's no like agreed upon qualifiers what it takes to be a god. While with the Harry Potter character, there are very strict qualifications of what it takes to meet the requirements to be that character.
I'm kind of I want to be able to apply what you're doing on Harry Potter to the God thing to see if I can use the same strategy and arrive at your conclusion. I don't have those tools yet.
Yeah, I think that certain God concepts are absolutely able to be proved wrong, right? But I can't say that for all of them. So, like, when we just talk about, like, a God existing or not existing, that is unfalsifiable because there is no thing there.
I mean, I love how you're patting yourself on the back for doing all the work, but you haven't done any work yet.
Cool. Great.
So like, I don't... Winning or what?
Doesn't fucking change anything.
No, I'm trying to illustrate something, but you're not.
What exactly are you trying to illustrate?
The methodology for falsifying things.
Yeah. I think there's a methodology you can use to falsify shit to prove something wrong. I think that's absolutely something you can do.
Daydreaming about the work again.
Cool.
Yeah, but the work. I'm asking for the work though.
Yeah, like how. So you talking about how I would disprove like the Harry Potter concept?
Yeah, like let's hear the strategy so we can apply it to the God as well.
Yeah, so for Harry Potter, we have very specific criteria for what it takes to be Harry Potter. That would be the first thing we look at. We have a face to the name, if you will. we can go through each of these criteria and perform tests and things of that nature, test observations, things like that. As we run through, we can look at that different things don't add up. So if we want to go into like the straight up the books, right, we can actually look at the location of where Hogwarts would be, things like that, or supposedly would be, as works towards falsifying it.
Okay, can we do one of those?
Yeah, you asked. Yeah, one of them would be like looking at, like the first thing would be looking at like where Hogwarts is, if the magical powers therein are actually something that exists. For instance, like the combination of different things to make potions and stuff. Like these are things we can all test to see this, and then we can go further into seeing if the powers of Harry Potter would exist, or if it would just be a human being that had shit attached to them, so on and so forth.
Test how?
Yeah, if I'm assuming we're going by the Harry Potter that is described in the Harry Potter books, correct?
Sure.
I didn't catch that. I'm sorry.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so we would look at the ingredient list and things like that they're saying is required to make a potion. So if they say you need X, Y, and Z to make a potion, right, we can replicate that. And we can work down on whether or not these things are actually possible and come to either the conclusion that Harry Potter as a character does not exist, or that he was someone who had extra shit attached to him, similar to many other historical characters.
I mean, I don't see how you can't do that for a Christian God, for example.
Yeah, I already answered that earlier. I said that I believe that specific conceptions of God can very much be disproven. I just said that earlier. So like the Christian God is one of those. For instance, I think one of the greatest examples of that would be the kind of contradictory nature of having an all-good God with suffering in the world. But when we start talking about the God concept in general, that's a whole lot harder to do because there isn't no strict God concept. The God concept is a constantly ever-changing thing. And because of that, it makes it it makes falsifying God near about an impossibility. It's just different scales. The more specific you get, the better it is to
So
falsify.
you were so you're saying
harder.
you can't prove or disprove just because you're running around like a headless chicken without a claim to consider?
Yeah, pretty much just how most God concepts work. Hell, even the Christian God concept has changed throughout time in order to meet this.
That's not how it works for me. I get a claim and then I consider it.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I think that specific concepts can be disproven. The bigger the concept, the harder it is to falsify.
Yeah, but why didn't you do that?
I do that all the time. When I interact with people who believe in certain gods, like the first question is, which God do you believe in?
Yeah, it's just I didn't hear that at the get-go.
Okay.
I'm hearing an argument about a headless chicken.
Yeah, that's all I think the vast majority of concepts are. It's just people running around with their head cut off, trying to come up with a concept that works.
Yeah, but I'm not. You're calling yourself someone like that?
No, I'm not. I do not take the position that a God exists. Someone's got to prove that to me first. Demonstrate it to be true.
No, but when you're like meaningfully considering stuff, you have ideas before you consider them?
Yes, like I said, I can disprove specific conceptions of gods. We do that all the time.
When you said you can't do stuff, it didn't sound like you had a concept.
I don't. Okay, hold on. Can you disprove a wizard?
Yeah.
I don't think you can because depending on because there are so many different conceptions of what it qualifies to be a wizard. The qualifiers there, some of which not even being supernatural. Yeah, the fact that there are so many different conceptions and there isn't any strict qualifiers for what it takes to be a wizard means that when we talk about like a wizard or just like a wizard existing, then that is an unfalsifiable claim. It doesn't get falsifiable until you start adding specifics to it.
But you didn't ask me if I can disprove all wizards. You said a wizard.
Yeah, and you're conflating semantic content with epistemic content.
Sure. Yeah, like the thing is that's my overall point. It's like it's why I think the God concepts and God in general is so asinine. Is because I believe it to be
the
mostly an
problem is
incoherent
like you
concept.
like talking about the work, but you don't like actually like engaging with the work. That's the problem. You're afraid of getting your hands dirty.
No, I've just essentially given up on the idea of trying to parse through every
Like,
single God
You're
concept.
you're not willing to like pick a wizard and like
Yeah,
actually
I
examine the
do so all the
process.
fucking time. Motherfucker, I can pick out several wizards that I don't believe to
So you're
exist.
gaslighting me a second time about you doing things all
I've
the
already
time.
said
And this is the
I've
second
already
time you're specifically not
already
engaging with the
said I
specific
believe
wizard
that there are
claim.
gods that you can absolutely disprove. I said this multiple
Shade,
fucking
you're
times. Were you not
gaslighting me a
listening?
second time.
Were you not
Like,
listening to what I said? I said that multiple.
Shade, it's precisely because I'm listening to you that I'm saying that you're gaslighting me. I don't appreciate it. Like I can like if you're just gonna say bullshit in my face, I'm gonna call you out on that, man. I'm not motivated to continue this conversation. I've been very clear with what I'm asking for, and you don't want to play ball. On your terms, no less.
Pedal,
Pedal.
you're up.
His profile picture actually does fit him. He kind of reminds me of Randy Marsh from South Park, you know?
Wait, what?
Like his South Park picture, does he not remind you of Stan Sad?
More like the uncle.
Yeah.
Uncle Jimbo?
That's the only one I can think of. And Ned's not his uncle, right? He's just his friend.
No, I think Ned is also an uncle. I think they're both his uncles. That's I could be hallucinating.
Who's your favorite South Park character, Mogi?
That's a good question.
Super.
What's up?
What about you?
I don't know. I just got here.
Can you prove it? Can you prove the God thing?
Sorta, but it's a God of gaps type
So
of
you-
argument.
Wait, are you saying you can or can't?
Can to a layman.
All right, prove
I
it.
can convince anybody God's real. Sure.
All right, prove it.
I'd rather not.
Let's hear it.
Hmm. So the God of the gaps, or what you might call infinite regression, right? What is the beginning of a universe? Of course, yeah, infinite regression's obnoxious.
So
Yeah, I'd
question.
rather not use these. I'm an atheist. It's not fair to make me do this. This isn't a college debate.
Wait, I'm not asking you to prove God if you don't believe it. Why would you do that?
For the sake of argument.
Does that make any rational sense?
Yeah.
Wait, it makes rational sense that an atheist would provide an argument that God exists.
Absolutely.
Can you walk me through this shit that you're calling? I guess you presume that's a rational statement?
It is.
Okay, can you walk me through that? How is
I
that
don't know,
not
is
directly
having
a
a-
contradiction?
Is having a discussion about various old Greek gods completely without merit just because you don't believe in them?
Well, it would be unconvincing, right? It's like, why would you present an argument that doesn't convince you? If it's not good enough for you, why
Well-
would it be good for someone else?
I would tell you at the end of the argument why it didn't convince me, I suppose. But also, if you
No,
haven't
but
explored these
why
arguments
render
in
it
your
at
own
all?
time, calling yourself an atheist is intellectually dishonest.
What's intellectually dishonest is you not responding to what we're asking.
Oh, provide a proof of God? No, I did respond. I told you no. And if I did, it would be a God of gaps or infinite regression
No, the
argument.
critique I just gave you. Were you just waiting for your turn to speak?
Just got here. What critique?
And then you're gonna get booted. Bye.
Wow.
All right, Dusty, you ready?
You're a pedal Venus.
Do you believe a God exists in reality, Dusty?
You say what? God.
Do you believe a God exists in reality, Dusty?
Of course, man. What does God mean?
All right, Ahmad, wait your turn.
What does God mean first? I don't know what it
All right.
Oh,
Dusty,
why did
is
you
there
mute the
something
cutie, bro?
in reality that you refer to as God?
You said what? Repeat
All
the
right.
question,
My
bro. Hold on,
patience is thinning.
I gotta turn you up. Hold on. Give me a sec. Okay, I can hear you now. What's up?
Is there something in reality that you refer to as God?
Yeah.
What is that?
God.
Can you demonstrate said God?
Okay, I got you. So boom. So basically,
Yeah, that means you can't prove it.
All right, Ahmad, am I to expect the same level of candor here?
shut up.
Yep.
And then so that's basically how it works technically. But you gotta add on to
Well,
it.
that's wonderfully interesting.
Just go ahead and trump that one. Guarantee they're Christians. Guaranteed. Disgusting.
Morphing as
humans.
Muslims?
Disgusting. Yeah, probably, yeah. Myth Vision just released a video called Did Ancient Israelites Sacrifice Their Own Children?
Myth Vision is weird. He's like, he like does all this research, but he's also lost in the sauce. All right, Johan, you ready to begin?
What's up? What's up?
Do you believe a God exists in reality?
Yeah,
Can you present said God?
I was just here to listen on what you guys are saying because I just joined this Discord and I was just checking out stuff. But yeah, I do believe that God exists. Yeah.
For good reason?
I mean, yeah, I'm not the most educated person on my religion, so yeah, but yeah, I do believe God exists.
All right, what reason is that?
Uh, my reason that God exists is the world couldn't exist without God, like without some, how do I say, something beyond.
Why not?
I mean, you're the one. I mean, you're the one asking me. What if I ask you why don't you believe that God exists?
Which one?
Huh?
Which one?
What do you mean? Which one?
Which God?
Are we
You're
debating
asking about
about God?
Zeus? You're asking me about
Huh?
Zeus?
No, I'm not talking. I'm not asking you about some fairy tale. I'm asking you about God. Yeah.
Well, from my position, it's just as much of a like it's a fairy tale like any other, like Zeus.
Okay. Can you explain to me why?
Surely you can be like charitable in that respect.
No, because I mean Zeus we know is a fairy tale. Okay. I mean
Based on
I don't
what?
really need to
Based
go,
on what?
I don't really need to go research it. I could just look it up and just know it's a fairy tale.
Right. And
It
so,
has no documented like there's no like proof of anyone seeing him. No nothing.
wait, what about
Perseus.
what about like
Perseus.
all the people in Athens? Like say Perseus, like son of Zeus. He flew on the Pegasus and slayed the Gorgon Medusa in front of all the people of Athens. The entire of Athens witnessed this. We have testimony.
This is the most. How
Have
is
you
this
heard of
even an
Homer?
argument?
Have you heard of Homer?
No, I don't. I mean, I didn't look into that.
He wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey.
No.
Well, he wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey.
Are you talking about that movie?
And in the Iliad and the Odyssey, in the Odyssey, there's a story of Perseus slaying the Gorgon in front of the entire city of Athens. The whole city witnessed it.
Is there any historical text that says this?
Yes.
Anything?
The Odyssey.
What the fuck is the Odyssey? Are you talking about the movie?
Talking about the book written by Homer.
Okay, can we be serious?
I'm dead serious.
Okay, so do you believe that Zeus exists, or are you trying to use that as a like to project onto my beliefs?
The latter.
Huh?
The latter.
So is your argument that Zeus exists, or are you just trying to use that to like a metaphor?
Yeah, I'm applying your reasoning.
You can't apply my reasoning because Mine has some sort of historical proof. Yours doesn't. And
I just
the
gave you the
Odyssey,
historical proof,
and I just looked it up. The Odyssey.
right? Is the Odyssey a text? Is it a physical text?
Hold on.
Like, since the text is real, we know that
I'm checking
Perseus, the
now.
demigod, son of Zeus, is a historical person.
Yeah, these texts are what, older than the Bible?
Okay. Hold on. My internet is bad because I'm not really at home, so I can't really do some research about your little fairy tale. But are you are you arguing that you believe that Zeus exists?
The oldest surviving written accounts of Perseus come from the archaic Greek epic tradition and the works of Hesiod around 700 BCE. So 700 years before the alleged Jesus, there was historical evidence for Perseus.
So there's historical evidence of Zeus.
Yes.
The little there isn't.
There's statues built to him. There's accounts of worshipers. There's all kinds of information about Zeus.
Yeah, there's worshippers, but there isn't like a person that actually existed.
Why do you say
According to
that?
them, yes, there is, dude. Listen, do you understand the concept of cultural relativism? We're not trying to analyze everybody's claims by your standard. If we did that, then we would just use their standard to say that your shit's a myth. So you want us to just automatically assume that what you believe is absolute fact, and everybody else, that's just myth. And sorry, man, we're adults. You're going to have to reason to there. We don't just assume that for you, right? So if we're going to discount their shit as myth, then we'll just do it to you too. Because from my vantage, you guys are identical. There's no difference between your Christian mythological claims and their Greek pantheon mythological claims. No difference from my vantage. So if you want me to do that with them, I have to do it with you, unless you could separate and show me a difference.
Look, I'm not the best educated person.
Yeah, you repeatedly telling me that you're not going to take
on
it
the
seriously.
religion,
That's
but
not
listen,
an argument.
But
I don't know
making
what,
an
dude, I don't know
argument
what
that
you're
is
saying.
so.
I don't know what you're saying when I'm in the middle of talking. So just all you got to do is wait, and then I'll hear what you're saying.
Are you done? All right. Look, you providing. I joined this call, right? And the first thing you asked me is this. Okay, I was just gonna come here and listen to what you guys were gonna say. But if your argument is gonna be Zeus, a fictional character, and your proof is something that's not even, you can't even
Johan,
find.
I could be just as much of an asshole against the Jesus creature of the Bible book. If you want to just be reductive and say, hey, it's just a fairy tale. It's like, what are expectations of a fairy tale, right? Like magic? Like casting spells?
Not just that.
Like
I mean,
raising, like what's
it's a
like a
known,
necromancy
it's a
spell,
known,
like raising the dead? Like a bunch of people
it's a
came from
known.
the dead and walked around town, right? That's necromancy. And that's in the Bible book. That's like a fairy tale. Or like when Moses like put down a stick and then it turned into snakes, sticks into snakes. That's like in the first player's handbook of Dungeons and Dragons. It's a fairy tale. You see how does that feel? How does that feel, Johan? How does it feel to be reductive like that?
Those things happen while whatever low.
No. That's fairy tale fictional bullshit, Johan. I'm using your argument. I'm using your strategy here.
You're not using any strategy. Your argument is something you don't even believe in. How are you gonna use that argument? And we both know that's a fictional character. And I'm not gonna go and try to. I'm not gonna go do some research and try to explain it to you online.
You're not actually explaining how it's a fairy tale.
Look. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know
Johan, do you
anything
even
about that.
understand the nature of we're not sitting here arguing that the Greek mythology isn't a mythology. Do you think that's what we're arguing, that yours is a mythology too? Just like you're arguing that Greek mythology is a mythology, that's what we believe of your religion, bro.
Okay.
You think the Greek thing is silly? I think I like that's a Bronze Age silly thing. Yours is a Bronze Age silly thing just as much. It's just 700 years later.
Not just as much. Okay.
Yes, just as
you
much.
Guys give me, can you guys give me a reasonable argument instead of a I'm not gonna.
Okay, here's a reasonable argument, Johan. There is no evidence of Jesus at the time of Jesus. Like between year 0 and 30 AD, there is literally no evidence of Jesus.
And I'll actually dip my toes in your exact argument. So we would agree that if you tell a story about like a snake lady that can turn people into stone, you and I, Johan, are probably in the same camp where that sounds fucking ridiculous because there's no half snake people who could turn people into stone. But where we differ is if I tell you a story about a man turning into a necromancer and raising a bunch of zombies in a whole ass city back from the dead, I believe that that's on the same level as the snake lady. Like a whole city full of fucking zombies walking is just as ridiculous from my eyes and ears as a half snake lady Gorgon that can turn people into stone. But for whatever reason, you think it's more believable to believe in the magic of citywide necromancy. That's just more reasonable in your brain, that's clearly not a myth. Whereas snake ladies who turn people into stone, that's identifiably a myth. That's your argument. So if you want an argument for why it's stupid, there you go. For the same reason we agree about the Gorgon Medusa.
Okay, I don't think you want to understand. I didn't say anything about your little snake lady, whatever. But if you're gonna use an argument that we already know is false,
when did I say you did that?
You said you try to say it as if I said that snake lady is a joke.
I said you and I would probably agree that Medusa's bullshit. Do you agree that Medusa's bullshit?
The story of Medusa?
Yeah, just be honest. It'll hurt less if you're honest. So do you believe that the story of Medusa, the snake lady, half snake lady who turns people into stone, do you believe that's bullshit like I do?
Okay, the story itself, yeah, it is bullshit.
So I didn't misrepresent you, Johan. I didn't misrepresent you. Go on. But now that we are clear that I didn't misrepresent you.
Okay, the snake lady herself, yeah, that's kind of bullshit. But if it has something to do with God doing it, then yeah, I would believe it. But it doesn't. So yeah.
Well, there was a time that the snake lady was entirely fuckable. She was super hot, and a goddess got butthurt at how hot and how much attention she was getting. So she turned her into a half snake lady so ugly it turns people to stone.
And this, let me guess, this is another mythical god from some other thing. Okay.
No, she's not a god. She's a Gorgon.
I don't know what type of bullshit that is, but
it's a creature that was changed by the gods. She was a human. She was a very pretty woman, and she got the wrong attention. And so a goddess turned her into an ugly ass, horrible, evil cunt, basically.
That's just a curse. A curse of human.
It's a curse. Yeah, it's a curse.
Okay, okay. Let's get back on topic. Okay.
So why? The question is, it's like, yeah, this is not what you believe, right? This goes against what you believe. But why do you believe what you believe is the real question here. Because we know that things like simple, like sticks into snakes, like that's some David Copperfield shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we know that magic in Las Vegas isn't real.
Okay. The reason for what I believe is like for what I believe, I can't fully say that I'm 100% certain of my own beliefs because I didn't do most of the research yet that I'm supposed to do. Okay, right now I'm not gonna lie, I was focusing on school throughout most of my life, and I didn't have parents who really push the religion on me. Okay, but
yeah, because there's a bunch of Bronze Age stuff that is useless to you in your daily life. It doesn't help you at all.
No.
They did a good thing.
Look. I just started reading. Okay, I just started reading the Quran, and it makes sense to me. I mean, I didn't finish it. I'll say I'm
you
not
think
even
the flat Earth makes sense to you?
The claim of the Earth being flat.
Yeah, and that there is seven heavens. Like it's like a tier system. There's some stuff, and then there's a firmament. There's a screen, and then there's some stuff, and there's a screen, and then there's a stuff, and there's a screen, and then there's an elevator system down as well, below the Earth.
Okay, let's go on. Okay, first claim for your flat Earth thing. I know that you're
Right,
lying
and
about
then
that
there's a hadith that says that earthquakes are caused by a fish.
Yeah, Johan, let's just be very clear. You think it's reasonable that a primitive, illiterate, you having issues?
One second. I'm inside the store.
Oh. Well, just let us know when you, yeah.
Back. Hello.
So I was asking you, because you said it was reasonable, if you think it's reasonable then an illiterate dude from basically 1400 years ago talked to an angel. You think that's reasonable?
I mean, do you think it's reasonable that an illiterate dude from 14 years ago knew how
So you're not going to answer the question?
What was your question? You said talk to an angel?
Yeah, literally a magic person, an angel, a flying, teleporting angel of spirit stuff. You think that's reasonable? That's a reasonable starting premise, because that's how Islam starts. That this dude talked to like a sky wizard.
I mean, that's how the Quran starts. I mean, it's the religion was here before 1,400 years ago.
And how come you didn't pull the Medusa trick when you heard about him talking to a sky wizard? Why didn't you just immediately be like, this is mythology?
The Medusa trick? I never pulled no Medusa trick.
Yeah, why didn't you say this is a fairy tale from the get-go?
Because it's a known. They admitted that it was a fairy tale. I mean, you just search it up, they'll say it's a fairy tale.
Muhammad speaking to a sky wizard.
Huh?
Who admitted it's a fairy tale? Sorry, who admitted what's a fairy tale?
The Zeus thing.
Name me one ancient Grecian who said that was a fairy tale.
Yeah, that's absolutely false, dude. No one believes it was a fairy tale. Now, you could argue that, they may or may not have believed specifically, but it's not a fairy tale. This is their culture. You're minimizing it, acting like it was just a fairy tale. Like, these people lived and died by these beliefs.
Okay,
they believe differently than you do.
So you believe that it is true? Zeus did exist?
I believe, what I believe is when you said it's reasonable that a man went into a cave and talked to a sky wizard, that's unreasonable. You're saying that's reasonable. And I'm asking you, why aren't you immediately saying that's a fairy tale?
Because unlike the other one, it doesn't claim to be a fairy tale. I mean, I don't
give a shit about the other one, bro. You're lying about that other one. They do not say it is a fairy tale.
I don't really care. I'll just search it up for you since you just want to be
Johan, I don't need you to search up anything. I didn't ask you to search up anything. What I need you to do is stop lying and saying that Greeks admitted it's a fairy tale. You're lying. That is a lie.
I didn't say Greeks.
That is a lie. You are lying. Stop lying.
And it said
Stop lying. Stop lying. Just stop lying. That's all you gotta do.
So mad?
Just stop lying.
Who's they?
I just searched it up on Google and it said it was a fairy tale.
Just stop lying, dude. If you lie again, I'm gonna ban you from this fucking chat room. If you lie again like that, I'm gonna ban you.
Okay, look. Go on your Google and just search it up.
Shut the fuck up, Johan. I said specifically, I don't need to look this up. I'm not asking you. You're not gonna tell me that the Greeks believed it was a fairy tale, and that's the only motherfuckers I'm gonna give a shit about. That's it. I don't care if your people think it's a fairy tale, if some other group of people think it's a fairy tale. That's irrelevant. So now answer the fucking question. Why do you think it is reasonable that a man walked into a cave and talked to a sky wizard without immediately saying or suggesting that sounds like a fairy tale? Remember, we're talking about your sky wizard here. Stop talking about the fucking Greeks.
Okay, I'll leave that fairy tale alone. Okay, the reason why I don't believe that this one.
I'm gonna go back to doing something that's more entertaining, listening to a retard gaslight me.
It's like, how uncharitable can you be?
I feel like Johan can hear me, right? But imagine you thought about the pharaohs in Egypt, and you thought about Egypt mythology, and do you feel like the pharaohs, when they said that God gave them the right to be the pharaoh, he left? Okay, say nothing.
Yeah, I'm not interested in platforming a fucking retard troll, dude.
No, but it's like you knew he was like realized it, but you had to get his get back for a second. Sorry, my bad.
No,
was
I
listening
don't
to
want
that.
to engage with dishonesty. I can't engage. You can do that. You can track him down. Go let him gaslight you.
Just gonna give her another example. Would have a harder time like denying in that way because he was trying to minimize it by saying a fairy tale.
Oh
It's
no,
like
he
he's
just
doing
literally couldn't put himself in other people's shoes.
no, not at all.
He literally could not suspend his beliefs for a moment. That's wasted breath.
That's interesting.
Dude, you're going to meet a lot of people like this, and you can gas out fucking wasting your time on them if you want.
No, I think I've met a ton of people like this in it, but Johan didn't come with any. he's not really had any foot to stand on because you could try and make.